Hey, it's me, VtM, and I'm here to tell you all about the sponsors we have here at the Wandering Society. We're sponsored here by VtM Press, makers of a bunch of 5th edition supplements, like the Book of Kobold or their series of new classes. And don't forget, Arcmada, the amazing sci-fi fantasy campaign setting for the world's greatest role-playing game. Be sure to check them out at store.magenpress.com. Up next, we have Roll20. It's the platform we use here at the Wandering Society to play all of our games. It's easy to use, intuitive, and it now comes with dark mode. Be sure to check them out at roll20.net. We're also sponsored by R. Talsorian Games. R. Talsorian Games make great RPGs, and they've been doing so since the early 90s. Check their books. They've got Cyberpunk Red, which Simon tells me has been played here extensively, Castle Falkenstein, which also has been played here, and The Witcher, which has also been. Okay, we get it! Check them out at your FLGS or online at rtalsoriangames.com. Have you ever wanted to wake up and smell the coffee? Well, now you can with this next sponsor, Found Familiar. Get yourself some damn good coffee at foundfamiliar.com and use the code on the screen to get 15% off. What do you mean I can't drink coffee? What the fuck is felt? And we couldn't end this segment without talking about our good friends at Die Hard Dice. That's right. As a Dice affiliate, we are proud to partner with Die Hard Dice to bring you only the best in shiny click-clacks. Click-clacks? What is... Ow. You can check their ever-growing collection over at dieharddice.com and use the link below to get 15% off. You're putting this all on me? I better get a cut. Good evening. Tonight we talk about revelations. Secrets have been buried under Montreal for years, for decades, centuries even. Over the course of this season, our coterie has been on the hunt for said secrets. Things were learned this season, seeds were planted. But that was just the surface. When you live as long as many vampires do, memories tend to wash away. The unlife of a kindred is thus filled with many revelations, more often about ghosts from their past. The blood may help in recalling events, but it cannot always be relied on. And much like a mortal's memory, it is faulty. Let us compare that to our coteries tonight. I'm Simon at Wandering VtM, and I will be your storyteller for this finale of our 5th and penultimate season of Montreal by Night. Now, let's get on with our story, shall we?
And go. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Simon. I use him pronouns. I will be the storyteller. I've already said all of this. Welcome, everyone, one and all, to the finale of our 5th season. Tonight might go a little over, especially since we started late. So buckle up and let's see what else the Montreal Underground has in store. I have with me 3 wonderful players who will introduce themselves right now in any order that they wish, because I decided to be chaotic.
Hey everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internet. I get to be here with these amazing people and play Arthur Porter. Both of us use he, him pronouns, and the mists of memory when it comes to the vampiric condition are fickle and terrible, and I am so very concerned.
I'm Trooper SJP, and I will be playing Dixon, and I'm not concerned at all. I feel like everything's going to be fine, because what else, my sense is that my guess is it will probably not take too long. Tonight's episode probably be like pretty short. Go in, just get to the place in the underground space, take some photographs, like some selfies, be like, oh, cool. Pick up like a tchotchke, like maybe like a really old Welcome to Montreal sort of like a tourist thing, postcard, then go. I feel it'll be pretty chill. I feel like there'll be nothing bad, nothing creepy, probably no blood or no, I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, fine. It's gonna be fine. Like, why wouldn't it be fine? It'd be fine. It'd be fine, right? Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, so I have a question. If like you get like a tchotchke snow globe kind of thing for Montreal, but it's the Sabbat, so does that mean the inside is all blood? And then the little snowflakes are actually like bone chips?
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, I think it's probably not blood, might be some kind of like a like blood, like plasma, because that's be clear enough that you can see stuff in it. So I'm sure some kind of processed blood situation,
Ocular fluid.
Yeah, ocular fluid. That sounds great.
No, that solidifies too fast. Fun
Not
things
if you use the right suspension.
Oh, that's fair.
All right, so
hi everybody. I get to go last. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax, and I get to play Flory, our wonderful Ravnos murder for hire / chaos child in a good way, and hashtag not the Ravnos' fault anything that's gone on to this point. Both of us use she her pronouns, and I am not as convinced that everything is going to be okay, but I am convinced that Flory will have a fine time having fun with it, no matter what happens. Even if she has to then, say deuces, I'm out, and leave y'all at the bottom of a pit of blood in a fountain. Because apparently that's a thing.
Yes, it is. That's the thing I wanted to get. Apologies, I needed to copy something from notes. Tonight, by the way, we talked about it last time, but for people in chat, so it is now 4 a.m. We were a bit loose with the time last session, but at this point in time, we kind of have to start counting down the clock, as sunrise is but a few hours away. You don't risk annihilation by the sun down here, but who knows annihilation by what could happen. The beast inside you is already a little more sluggish than it is normally. Repeating myself. Sorry. Last session, you had finally gained entrance into the Temple of Eternal Whispers. You've walked along the crypts and the many nooks and crannies that belong to the various important packs of Strathcona Sabbat. There was a kind of a chapel. There was a room that looked like some arcane laboratory that was the least damage of all of them. Other places were so filled with rubble that you were probably walking 3-4 feet above the actual ground level. And it's not going to get any easier. As you leave the room, we'll call it southwestern in the on the map against Chapel. If anyone from chat would like to follow along, here's the link for the Legend Keeper. I should put it in the description on YouTube now that I think of it. Anyway, the passage leading out of the chapel is clogged for the most part. While you can exit the chapel on foot, standing upright, you soon find yourselves having to crawl, literally, and to sort of try to slither your way through some of the what little area there is. The air here is stale. The feeling of coldness and the sort of constant supernatural presence that Flory you felt last time is just getting more and more present. I would like to know who was the first person, who is going to be first among our coterie to reach the last room.
Unless stopped, it's probably going to be Arthur, just because if there is a remaining trap, he'd rather be the one to find it.
I recall our marching order was already up front because he knows stuff. Flory next because she knows breaking and entering, and Dixon pulling up the rear as rear guard.
By the way, I would like to know, Dixon, what are you doing with the bodies that you're carrying? Or the body that you're carrying?
I have the one body, I have it over my shoulder and I'm carrying it with.
But when you start needing to crawl, and I'm talking like military crawl,
how long does it look?
It's a few feet. It's just really because some of the rubble, fell and left only small openings.
Yeah. I'm going to clear the rubble because I don't want us, if we have to leave quickly, to have to leave in a very small crawl space. And if it's only a couple of feet, I can move the rubble. I'm going to clear the rubble. As they're crawling up, I'm going to sort of like start clearing the rubble that's I don't like the idea. Not that I think there's anything in here, which I don't, obviously. Not that I think there's gonna be any trouble, obviously. But the idea of there being like kind of like a crawl space of death is not really just, I just want to clear it out a little bit.
It's a very nice thought of you. And I'm going to gamify it because I'm mean.
Please.
Give me a strength and athletics. Roll difficulty 3. Any success you get above 3 becomes a bonus die should anyone needs to use it. I mean, it's not like a 1 die, but it's a plus whatever. Should anybody need to use it to escape this place.
I am going to rouse. I'm going to rouse to get prowess. Succeeded. Which means I get to add the potence rating for feats of strength.
Yep.
Athletic strength plus. Is there any other pluses I need in here? Probably not. Difficulty 3?
Yes.
5 successes.
All right. So just note, players, should you ever need to make a roll whatsoever to escape this place, and I'm saying any type of roll so long as it is made to escape, right? In the narrative it might look different, but just in case, that's here. Of course, moving the rubble about, punching through some of the larger pieces so that they can be more easily shoveled away. It makes a lot of noise. It raises a lot of dust. Y'all don't need to breathe. But Dixon, you were kind of covered in sticky blood. You are now also covered in dust.
So what you're saying is that I had a base coat of blood and now dust over it. So all I really need is to be deep fried in some way, and then I'll be crispy and delicious.
Kinda, yeah.
That's kind of what yeah.
Or depending on the, time period, you could also say you've been somewhat tarred and feathered, but like the
Indeed,
vampire
yeah,
equivalent.
Yeah, I'm sure nothing bad is going to happen. We're gonna clear out the space. Because if we're like having to do like a military low crawl, that's no good.
So,
Okay.
Dixon, because you're clearing out, Lori and Arthur will get to the other room like several minutes before you. You pop out, both of you, into what appears to be an antechamber. Might have been at some point decorated, perhaps. In fact, I say antechamber, but I believe both of you would know. Is it this one? No, it's shit, what's the word in English? Part of a Catholic church.
Vestibule?
No, the sacristy.
Oh, okay.
It gives off that image. I mean, it's not near the main entrance of what it would be, but it feels like many people could go through this place anyway before it was blown to bits.
Okay, that doesn't make sense though.
Yeah, that's a prep room with vestments.
The sacristy is the room, if you're looking at the altar of the Catholic
that's
Church.
Normally in the back of.
Yeah, that's towards the back with all of the prep. All of the
like
where the
robes,
vestments are.
albs, that's all stored.
So, but the vestibule is in the front where the baptismal fonts are.
No, I'm not talking about the vestibule. I'm talking about what would be normally a completely different room in back of the altar.
Okay, because usually it wouldn't be like, you wouldn't expect heavy traffic in the sacristy.
No, that's the thing. You wouldn't expect it. But
Oh,
in
okay.
this case,
Sorry.
it seems like many people traversed this room or had access to it, which is not something that you normally would want. And like I said, would have been probably decorated at some time. A lot of the rubble is just like covered in soot or maybe ash. There's practically nothing left here. You notice the corner of a stone dresser. It's sticks out of the rubble. Everything else has fallen around it. And you're left, as you come in, other side of the room, other end of the room, to the left, an exit. And next to said exit, poking out of the rubble, broken, of course, stands an impressive mirror, bronze frame.
What's the mirror made out of? Aside from bronze, I'm talking the actual reflective surface. Is that
glass,
silver and glass? Okay.
Yep. By the way, there's about a third of it pokes out. Just so you know, it used to be maybe square or rectangular.
Are we talking like entryway mirror, which is like would be something that you would be seeing hang on a wall, like a 3 foot by wider, or would it be like a floor length mirror?
No. It's the
like
first one that you mentioned. The vestibule. Yeah.
Like an entryway mirror.
The type of thing,
okay.
Like normally you would have like probably like a little like table underneath it. Like
yeah.
if it was in someone's house, that's where you would leave your keys and whatever.
Where you would check your hat and everything before you would walk out, if you were stylish.
Which is normally not something you do in a sacristy.
No.
But then again, the room before the main entrance to the temple, like the chapel you saw, is normally not what you would find at the entrance of a church. It feels like the entire configuration of this place is wrong on purpose.
But does it feel like a configuration of a Sabbat twisting of that kind of cathedral?
Yeah. Kind of the idea that we want people to feel kind of like the statues of the saints earlier.
Mm-hmm.
We want to make this entire place like a dark caricature of a holy place, a holy building.
Yes, but there's better ways to do it.
It's crude, but I mean, look at the walls the one wall where the mirror hangs on. The faces of people can still be seen trying to escape, floating, and well, whisper moaning.
Yeah, don't.
It's made more to be, I'm not gonna say crude, but I'm gonna say perhaps a bit too much. Like it's the mech mentions of Sabbat strongholds.
This is just Strathcona's poor vanity project because there was some sort of inferiority complex with that bad man.
Look, if he has to put brand on everything that he...
Sorry.
There's being Ventru anti-Tribu, and then there's Strathcona. That is an entirely different level of psychoses.
What were you going to say?
I was agreeing with that. I was just the level. If you have to put a brand of a dragon that isn't really your clan on everything that you own.
Okay.
You're definitely compensating for a lot.
The leadership up here left much to be desired. Like, it wasn't as zany and terrible a time as DC. There was a bit more stability, but still bad taste.
Quick moment. I need. There we go. Okay. So this is all that there is in the room.
on the
of
map
course
that
there's
anyone
these.
who is currently watching could see on Legend Keeper, if you go there and you look under Montreal, then you'll see an entry called Temple ? And that's where you'll find our map. But on
Yes.
this map, are we looking at being around the archway area?
No, you're actually creeping behind those little tunnels that poke out to the south, where there's a like it's sort
Okay.
of crypts with like an arrow that's kind of cut off. That's where you are.
Okay, so we're off that central line.
Yeah, you're off the map basically.
All right. Well,
You've clipped through the walls.
Well,
Just-
I feel like there's a door. You should go through it.
yeah, just let me do something real quick because I came prepared. Goes back to the pack and he drags with him. Gets a little bit of muslin and just, again, not looking at the mirror, but drapes the muslin over the mirror. You can never be too sure.
When you approach the mirror, you hear voices speak to you. It's murmurs at best. In your head, they don't speak aloud. They reach out telepathically. It's as if a crowd of people were trying to tell you their deepest, darkest secrets.
I'm not y'all's therapist.
You cover the mirror. The last voice you hear is your own, trying to explain to yourself your deepest, darkest secret.
I'm not necessarily the straightest of arrows, but that is not a kink I enjoy.
Just letting you know. By the way, when I say trying to tell, imagine that they are like divulging their secrets, but because the kind of similarly to the cracks in the mirror, the sound is broken, glitches, pieces of sentences are missing.
Yeah, we don't need you right now. Go to bed.
And that leaves you the last room.
Let's go say hi.
Mirrors, by the way, are an important, occult thing.
Oh, yeah. It's just I don't like ones that are mouthy.
No. But it's funny that back in season 1, Arthur was setting up mirrors in his house.
Oh, yeah. Again, they're very useful for a multitude of reasons. Spirits, communion, knowing whether or not you have a Lasombra in your house.
I'm just surprised that Artie didn't look in the mirror and say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the most sabati of them all?" Like,
Perhaps the mirror would have replied.
I don't need someone to start debating whether or not it's Sasha Vikos or somebody else. Let's not go into that discussion.
When you you need to not necessarily crawl, but you need to bend very low to go through the last threshold. By that time, by the way, the noise of Dixon's construction work have ceased.
There's a small scream, but don't worry about it.
And Arthur, you come out over. Oh, yeah. I'm pinging it on Roll20.
Okay.
I'll describe the room from everyone, but basically the entrance
Okay,
is in the bottom left. Bottom left corner. you exit in a place, a veritable cathedral that has been cleaned out.
Someone's excavated this.
A lot of the rubble has been packed to the north. What would basically be the crypts that you had to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the so the map of course shows, you know, multiple benches. Those are destroyed at that point. But when you enter the room, ahead of you, kind of like in the center, you can ignore that little line that goes left, but there are 3 urns. 2 small and a bigger one in the middle. The entire area is bathed in darkness, except for farther to your right, illuminated by several candles, is an impressive statue of a half-naked man with kind of a short beard, long hair with an evident widow's peak in them. He's got clearly fangs coming out, but the lower half of his face is almost bestial, more than human looking. He's standing upright and has in his right hand, lifted high above his head, a stone. The left hand is empty. At the foot of this statue, to his left and right, are 2 cauldrons like the ones you have seen trudging through the Montreal Underground earlier here, or that Dixon has seen in Hetty's Haven. The urns drain into these gutters that run the length of about half the room, and they end at a dais, a broken slab of stone. There's an octagonal pedestal, and on top of it is what should have been the altar, a giant circular altar that's been blown out. You can see the jagged remains of it. On some of the walls, actually I should say one of the walls, up here. So that would be the statue's right, so on the northern wall. Chat, I'm gonna put that image in Legend Keeper after, because you have to see it. It's a work of art.
Where's the statue in relationship to that cauldron on the map?
Well, you can see the statue and the cauldrons on the map.
Far right side.
Oh, you mean on the tiny...
Oh, I see the little feet. I see the little feet. Yeah.
Oh, no, just scroll right.
It's a really big map. You need
It's
to zoom out.
The resolution of this is kind of immense.
Awesome.
But yeah, so where was I?
North side, probably the face that you were going to describe.
Yeah, what on this image is a face is, in fact, there is something smeared or painted on that wall, and it stands to reason that perhaps the wall opposite might also have a similar fresco on it. I am just very quickly saving it for our good friends chat. All right, and I'll finish that later. There are 2 more things that stand out. First, at the base of the stairs that lead to the foot of the statue, where candles have been laid out, are several books piled haphazardly in this little mound of rotten paper, burnt out covers, and whatever else you can make out. And the other thing is tied to the statue by ropes is a woman, hung as if she was crucified on, let's face it, Cain the Father. Her arms are basically placed in the same sort of position as the statue. Her legs hang limply at about where the navel would be. Her head hangs low. She could probably lift it up, but she would hurt herself on the beard. She's been well fastened there, and an enormous metal stake, kind of like the one you had at your place, pokes out of her chest. When Flory comes in, by the way, the dimension of the room, by the way, if you approach, this is way more than 30 feet, you would see the person, and then once you get close enough, like, you would detect the beast inside. It will be just like the person that was staked in the other, like, little room. It's similarly weak, in fact, even weaker. Behind the statue,
alive. So alive.
Behind the statue is a curtain of oppressive darkness. You can barely make out the walls at the back of it, and you know, according to the map, that there should be something beyond that called a garden. But your flashlight doesn't reach it. Your Flory's headlamp doesn't reach it. The candles, of course, do not reach into that darkness. It's calling out to your beast and telling it to run. Not enough to force, like, Rothschreck from all of you or your frenzy, but enough that you like, be aware. Unlike the haunted house, in this instance, you might be able to prepare yourself, or you might just not. But you know that this is wrong, like, on an instinctual level, without a need for a check. Eventually, I gather, Flory, you're gonna pop out too. Was there anything you wanted to do in the other room before leaving it?
She's not going to uncover the mirror. She's going to make sure that she's going to, like, call quietly down the hall to Dixon and be like, don't touch the thing on the mirror. The mirror's creepy. Don't want to mess with it. We're going to leave the mirror alone. And be careful. We're entering the super secret sanctum. And is going to walk into the cathedral and is going to be careful about entering. But not... Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade contemplative path of walking in the name of God. You know? Thinking
Watching
about it,
your
but...
step, but but it still is an impressive place.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just, for the friends in chat there, if you want to take a look at the Legend Keeper, the image should load. He said, confidently, while not finding.
Oh.
There we go. It is under temple, so I just literally put it in under the same page, so that everyone can take a look at it. Currently list candle. Lit candles. Sorry, crit. And hello, raiders. Lori, you've entered the cathedral itself, and Dixon.
And I've cleared out enough of this sort of rubble so that if we have to all run real bad, that we won't have to all low crawl. Yes.
Exactly. With like the two extra successes.
So I will creep through, following up because it's been a bit, right? And so I go through this sort of area, and I hit the sort of the sacrosanct first area first.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Where, like I said, you now see the covered mirror that Flory was mentioning about. It's not an entire mirror, it's like a part of it, the rest is under rubble. It's still hung on the wall, and someone has put a what was the cloth you said you had, Arthur?
Muslin.
Over it.
Okay. Okay. I think he sort of gets to the mirror. And he was like, I think Lori, she wanted me to open it. And so I uncover it. I peek to see what's there. Since I think he misheard her. And so he's going to go and
when you
poke to see what's in there.
But when you poke to like, you just like remove like a tiny corner, the mirror cracks and shatters.
Okay, do we hear that?
Oh yeah. The sound of glass shattering. But glass shattering, not just the like, as if there would be an impact. I'm talking like you're dropping a glass on the floor.
Glory is going to turn around and go back into the other room and go, all that bad luck is on you. All the bad luck, totally on you. Cover it up. Let's leave it alone. Bad luck on you, not on me.
And he's just holding like the corner of the muslin, right? Like, if this were a different sort of vibe, if it were a different vibe, he'd be like, "Did I do that?" But but he's just sort of holding it, and he's like, "I thought you said you wanted me to uncover."
No, I said, don't touch it.
Oh, I didn't punch it.
I said, touch it.
I didn't touch it. I mean, I didn't break it. He drops the corner.
Also, by the way, there's a creepy lady hung on a statue. You don't want to touch her either.
Who is it?
Don't know yet. She's on a statue. And when I say she's hung on a statue, I mean she's like on a statue. You'll see, come on. It's like,
and he's just like, he makes, he's like, I didn't break it.
Players, just for fun, what's the Malkavian clan sign?
A broken mirror.
Broken mirror.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
But it's a different mirror. This is like a big mirror with a bronze thing that's it's different.
Like a bigger Malkavian. But yeah, you.
No. We do not want that particular Malkavian here.
No,
we do not.
Malkavian is not in Montreal. Don't worry about that.
Malkav is dead. Long live Malkav.
We have enough trouble as it is. Lori and then Dixon. Well, Lori, you return a second time into the cathedral. Dixon, you enter for the first time. You see everything I've described before.
Who's the vampire?
Again, Arthur's not even saying anything. He is just holds up a finger like, just hold.
I will
As
tell you one thing. Oh, no, go ahead.
what?
Sorry.
As he,
It's not Val.
I didn't figure. He pulls out the GoPro again, and he's holding the GoPro in his right hand, like this, with the hand lamp in the other, and is walking purposefully, slowly towards the dais, and just documenting everything.
You're basically filming as you're going towards the statue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I will pause you there. I'll want to know what Flory and Dixon are also doing, and then I'll go into describing each scene.
Flory has noticed the oppressive darkness behind the statue with the knowledge that there should be a space behind it, so there's entrance to the garden. And having also experienced the darkness that was attempting to hide a wall door previously through the sewers as we entered, is attempting to discern if there's anybody back there, if there's anybody, if that is somebody is actively hiding that, or if it is, like the door was a passive previous feature.
Give me. Oh, it's gonna be. Oh no, that stat doesn't exist anymore. Give me composure and awareness. Oh no,
okay.
Resolve and awareness. Resolve and awareness.
It's the same thing.
And I rolled a craft intelligence check.
I will want to know why. Well, explain to me why. Okay, so Flory, 3 successes. All right, I will go back to explaining that once I know also what Dixon is doing.
Dixon has to wait, right? Because the two people who know this stuff are moving forward and already gave the finger to hold up, and so while they're moving forward, Dixon is surveying the area, specifically the structural integrity of the area, specifically if a person wanted to collapse this area, where would be the places to punch, just in case we need to leave and we don't want this place to be hanging out when we go, where would be so he's looking for weak points and what's the word, cascading points, as it were.
Okay. I will draw them
and
on the
5
map.
out of 5 successes for that, because he specializes not only in craft but in construction. He's a carpenter. He's like, how do I build places, or in this case unbuild them, just in case when we leave we want to leave no stone unturned.
I'll start with Flory. I'll go to Dixon, and I'll keep Arthur for last because. Flory, just how close to the curtain of darkness do you want to walk up to as you're observing it?
Doesn't.
Okay.
She is standing. She is not progressing any further than Artie. In fact, she's going to stand always at least three feet into the right of Artie, or to the left, depending on how much space he needs to maneuver. But she is fully allowing the Sabbat religious specialist to examine the Sabbat religious space. She's just on the lookout for possible, threats.
And with 3 successes, you notice the faint outline of arches in this darkness. You also see that the curtain is more like a shimmering, watery surface. Yeah, I guess that's the best way to explain it. Like you were looking into an aquarium, kind of. And in between, say, the curtain and the arches, it's thick. It's not just a small curtain. It's several feet, probably. From this distance, it's hard to say, but there seems to be little wisps of, as dark as the rest, smoke rising in it.
Does this look like creepy La Sombra shit or creepy, obfuscation shit?
Obfuscation. Oh no, wait.
Yes.
Do you? Yes.
Yes.
The Ravnos have
Yes.
it. It's not obfuscation.
So So it looks more like creepy La Sombra tentacle shit.
Looks more like shadow tentacles than anything, but you've never heard of... Normally, the La Sombra can only do it through shadows that are pre-existing. I mean, now there is shadow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But putting that curtain down...
Yeah, wasn't shadow at the time.
That's it. So there might be more.
Yeah.
Okay.
She doesn't like it, she's paying attention to it, and she's just gonna let Artie know through the cant that there's creepy shit that is not obfuscate going on beyond it, but it's magical and mystical in some manner, and they're tentacles.
It is... Oh, I just had one info that I needed to give glory to. It is the source of that strange feeling you've been having.
Oh yeah, and it feels like somebody's here.
He just nods. Again, I'm not a keeper, but I am a Sabbat mystic. That's abyss mysticism right up front, right? That's what the curtain is. Is the rough guess.
Roll int and
I'll roll int occult. I'll happily do that to just confirm suspicions.
Mm-hmm.
Difficulty?
I'm gonna say 3 or 5. If you get 3, you get stuff.
Okay.
5, you'll get more. Oh, so close. So close.
I'm just gonna be happy with what I got.
It's rooted in abyss mysticism. Yeah.
Well, precisely, just again, quiet, respectful. Don't know the precise discipline, but it's rooted in abyss mysticism.
Yeah, by the way, Flory has only been speaking to Artie in cant since they entered this chapel. And the only other thing can I have an answer from the storyteller? Does she think this is active, as in somebody is currently here doing this, or was this put in place and is still maintaining itself as a self-sufficient?
I will say both. As in, the presence is probably tied to this and existed prior to and persisted. Like, it's been there for a while and it's alive?
Yeah.
Question mark?
Yeah.
It's got a beast in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Does Artie respond back in cant?
No, that one again. He's speaking low, but he's speaking. He is speaking English, not in cant. Just along the lines of, if there is anyone else dropping eaves, he's not going to be speaking in secret language in front of possible Sabbat peers. He's going to
Dixon-
try and be respectful as long as he's here.
Dixon, you have no idea. Well, you get an idea of what Flory said through Arthur's
No,
answer.
yeah, because I don't understand.
No,
the
that's
hint.
it. But like he's answering a question, it feels like.
Yeah.
But Flory talked a while. It wasn't just like a question that she asked.
Yeah.
Other than that, you have identified weaknesses. This place has been bombed before. And the 6 columns that hold this section of the temple have been sort of reconstructed. There's no mortar, so it's basically just rubble put on top of each other, old pieces of columns or of the walls or whatever, to sort of hold a precariously slanted and weak ceiling. In fact,
reconstructed after the Night of Ashes?
Well, yeah, but since the Night of Ashes was when everything blew up, it had to be reconstruction after because it's made out of the rubble. The one thing that is perhaps a feat of engineering is however the fuck they managed to put the roof back up or the ceiling back up. Because in most part, it's not just natural earth above you. There are still pieces. It's the same stonework throughout the temple, by the way. Even the floor has faces in it who come and go.
And I think, like I'm peering at these, at the details. I'm like, somebody's rebuilt this since the Night of Ashes.
There's just a nod.
But they didn't clear out the rubble coming in. And like, you can see that Dixon is thinking about entrance and exits, right? Sort of in and out.
As for Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
and documenting the place, you've approached at some point, of course, the woman who is quote unquote crucified.
Do I recognize her?
No. Well, you don't recognize pieces of her. Her skin, if we can call it skin, is almost more akin to a soft exoskeleton. There are holes throughout her skin, as if it was burnt badly and opened up wounds that refused to close. She has long black hair that falls over her head, obscuring whatever facial features she has. She is practically naked, wearing just probably some sort of ceremonial outfit. It's like a tabard and a skirt, I guess. But it seems to maybe be like linked together, like as a one-piece thing. She looks deathly pale, of course, but also emaciated, desiccated.
Okay.
And the stake poking out of her looks pretty much like the cold iron stake you saw. And
But here's my next question. When it comes to her and the stake, does she have any dust covering her?
no,
Or the stake?
no.
That's important.
Well, I mean, there's dust a bit everywhere, but not in
Yeah,
the sense
but
that
not like
she's
she-
been there. No.
She wasn't hung up there before the blast.
No. God, if she had survived that, I would wonder how. But she is now, hey, Sorry, Legend Keeper. Hey! Legend Keeper is not letting me do stuff.
It's angry.
Wow. Give me a second. No, it's
No.
really not letting me do something. Let me see if I can do it this way. There we go.
Okay.
The crucified woman has now been unlocked in
Okay.
Legend Keeper. If you look under the bot, she's aptly named
Okay.
Crucified Woman.
Okay.
Of course, in the image, she's holding like a burning scarf. She doesn't have a burning scarf.
Yeah.
But
She's also awake and talking to people and telling us secrets, and she's not doing that in real life. Just
like,
in the image. Yeah.
The cauldrons on each side of the statue have their either half filled or half empty, depending on how you see life. But it is congealed blood.
Okay.
It's gotten thick. What blood cool down the gutters or flow down the gutters at some point, it is also similarly completely congealed. It is
Okay, so it's dried.
It's dry. There's no stickiness to it.
So it's that rust red, flaky. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Like that you could punch through and it would just break and
yeah.
The altar in the middle, an impressive circle that seems to have been built on many layers, as if there was first one altar, then a second placed on top of it, then a third, then a fourth, and then a fifth. Each level is in a state of destruction. But as you look closer with the camera and observe it, some of it is probably due to an explosion.
You don't say.
But the last two levels seem to have been dug out.
Okay. Do I recognize the symbols?
Yeah, for the most part, they're in how they are placed, right? Nonsensical, but they're all excerpt from the Book of Nod.
Okay.
It's just, you know, as if someone carved a very ancient language, but they have no idea what the carvings mean necessarily. It looks esoteric. Sometimes you can make out, like, there are some words in Latin. I mean, the Book of Nod has been translated, or whatever excerpt was found or translated over time. So sometimes there are like little words or like pieces of words that you're like, oh, okay, I recognize this as being Latin. It's written in, you know, our alphabet.
There's some like Latin, probably some like early Germanic, given just like the movement of the spots. Some of it's probably later on in like early French, Old English, etc., etc. Okay. And this is more like somebody piecing like found bits and putting them together, almost like a Stations of the Cross, as it were. As a representation of a devotional script that is then there on top of one another.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The candles, by the way, they don't look old. I mean, there's no
Think so.
date on it or anything, but it.
Now, because this is something both Arthur and Pope know, the smoke coming off the candles, is it heavy smoke, sooty, or is it burning clean?
It's burning clean. It's not a candle made out of fat or earwax.
It's not made of tallow. Okay.
No, they're not tallow candles. In fact, they some of them have been lit probably very recently, and they do have the shape of candles you would find at an arts and crafts store or Walmart or whatever. Bought in bulk. None of them are scented.
Yes, but in that case, because I also know modern candles, to one of them, I'm going to gently pick it up, look at the bottom. Is there that metal cap?
Yeah, that has the where the wick ends.
The wick goes all the way through, and then there's the metal cap. Yep.
And none of them are Voteri candles, by the way.
No, I wasn't. No.
But just in case, because we're in a religious place,
yeah,
the person that bought them did not buy Voteri candles. Because they could have.
Yes, but we're Sabbat. We care. We're not going to use voters on something like this. No, it's just
look.
that's
Are
gauche.
any of the? You said you bought them in bulk at Michael's or whatever. Are any of them the very, very sparkly holiday ones that they got half off?
No. In fact, this person very specifically tried to get white candles. Some of them are off-white. Some of them are on a shade of yellowish. But
again, it's white best. Or pearl and is usually
and they're not
color.
All the same size as well.
Oh no.
So clearly not bought in bulk because they probably just nabbed whatever they could.
This is constructed from a myriad of 5-finger discounts.
And that's about it for that side. On the other side are 3 urns. They used to contain blood, like the urns that were across the way from you when you entered. But it's just a caked layer at the bottom of them now. The urn in the middle has an inscription on it in English.
Okay.
It reads, "Let me grab the thing."
That would be interesting.
I know. I was like, "Let me grab the thing." What are they trying to tell us? What? And then
yeah. Let me just check. Then I want to say something that I don't want to misquote it.
Fair.
The central urn bears an inscription: "In the name of the Dark Father, his holy emissary, and the Black Hand, I bid thee open."
I'm sorry, could you say that again so I can type it down exactly how you said it?
Yes, I will also put it in our Roll20 chat, so chat can also see it. "In the name of the Dark Father, his holy emissary, and the Black Hand, I bid thee open." And it's been carved just under the rim. Now, as you film this, gather all of your information. You've been in this room for perhaps 20 minutes, maybe going on 30, and keeping an eye out on curtain. Lori. After about that, like 20 minutes, one of the wisp of smoke, instead of just rising from behind the curtain, rose outward, like smoke going up. It is not attached, it's not like a single tentacle, it's like just this, yeah, maybe like a foot long little wisp of smoke. But it is jet black. And when it touches the ceiling, it just fades away.
How high up off the ground is this woman?
That statue's big.
Yeah, her feet are 6 feet. No, wait. 6 feet 9 inches off the ground. And then, you know, she's hoisted on a lot of ropes. Not just like one on each wrist. There's like almost like a harness situation and a BDSM situation in there, you know?
Can I see any police?
Wait, you mean cops?
Police.
Police.
Oh, police.
Rope and pulley.
It's because I was watching.
Or if we want to be
captions.
nautical about it, do we have a block and tackle going on? I mean,
Yes. I know that term because of D&D. But yeah, no. The way she's hung up, the harness that she has, the ropes themselves seem to have been thrown over the shoulder of the statue, and then pulled up. How did they come back around to wrap around her? Because none of the ropes seem to be tied to anchors. They're only tied around her and the statue. So, you know, if you use one as sort of you use the statue as a fulcrum, I think.
A pulley.
Yeah, a pulley. No, that's true. You would have to tie the rope down somewhere else. In this case, it's, I don't know, someone flew around the statue with enough strength to hold the entire weight as they tied her up. It's a, again, kind of like the entire temple. Mockery of Christian religion, and clearly there to be jarring almost on purpose. You've, of course, Flora, you've seen a ton of artwork in your life. You realize when you're, or I will give you that info and I'll let you deal, you know, however you want to. There are many paintings in the world that depict sort of religious bliss in a way. That the object of the painting is depicted as something or someone to be adored and almost worshipped. And the way she's been tied up, the position, especially mimicking the statue, if it is indeed Cain, there's like a, not just a prisoner situation, it seems like it's on an altar. Well, kind of like some sort of private altar to her or something. Like a shrine is the word I was looking for. Like it's a shrine.
So it feels more like the lights and everything, the candles and everything else are the shrine to her and not to the statue of Cain.
Yeah.
Florie's just gonna stay in the light, and glance around and just keep an eye out for whoever is worshipping the undead Samish staked to the statue of Cain rather than the statue of Cain in the Sabbat Cathedral.
Kind of weird, you know?
Yeah, she's she's also going to like subtly like kind of look at Dixon and then kind of look around and then look at Dixon and then look around to try to kind of convey that they're not alone but not want to say it out loud. She looks tense. You're muted.
Somebody came back in here. I don't know how they got in or how they got out, but this was done afterwards. We're gonna get her down, right?
Let's wait and have better identification as well as purpose, because with everything that's set up here, I don't think she necessarily did that on her own, but this setup might be... Did you ever see the original Mummy?
No.
Boris Karloff, it was great.
This is a situation where, in disturbing the individual, might unleash something very bad. And it is very bad because of the individual. But I have a feeling the answers are going to lie partly in those books, but also partly past the darkness, which first, I'm about to do a number of ill-advised things. Just be aware.
And someone replies to that. A voice booming out of the wall of shadows that says, "You have done a great many ill-advised things. Arthur, infant of Val." Child of Val. Infant is in French, my bad. We're gonna pause. Partly because I need water, partly because I want to let you stew in the situation. One tidbit of info before we leave. As the voice speaks, the ripple effect follows the speech, Flory, like water next to sound waves. Or a speaker, or what have you. Stick around, everyone. Get yourself something to drink, feed. And we'll be right back for a finale.
Blood?
And we're back. The voice that comes out of the shadow wall is deep and cavernous. It sounds also like it's spoken with someone who's, in a way, maybe, whose mouth or tongue probably have been mangled. You have made many ill-devised actions. I think that was the word I said earlier. Arthur
I just
Porter,
move
child
so
of
that
Val.
if anything comes after one of these two, I can interpose myself. I just, just sort of like put the body down. I just move. I don't get right close to them, but I get within leaping distance, as opposed with celerity.
I recognize I've never really been that clever. I mean, started out robbing banks.
It's just a shame that you will never be reunited with your side.
I don't know if shame is the right word. There are many words I would use, but shame is not one that comes to mind.
Well, regardless, she sends her regards.
Oh, are you two associates?
You could say that.
Oh,
By this point, the ripple effect,
yeah.
more, louder, and Flory, your sense beast, begins to pick up something aggressive nearby. It still comes from the wall of shadows, but it now registers as someone with a beast.
Let me just try and get ahead of things real quick before the unpleasantness begins, if you will allow me that. Oh. I know she is very persuasive and usually offers to those who are willing to do her dirty work some awfully nice benefits. But I just want to know precisely before this all gets started two things. One, who are you? Again, I like to know people, and again, be neighborly. Two, is there anything I could do for you today that will get you to change your mind?
Your good manners and politeness will not save you. You've trespassed into my home. I should be the one asking the questions, but I know all the answers. As to who I am, and there's a jet of smoke that comes out of the wall. This one, instead of just going up like smoke, it seems to snake a bit along the ceiling before dissipating. Who I am, it's irrelevant. We have met before, but it is not like we're going to meet again. In fact, other wisps. Lori Winters. Lucky Dixon. Why have you followed your reckless associate down here? This place is the final resting place of so many of us. I would have thought perhaps you would have preferred to continue existing.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't know what this is about. I'm just here to make sure no masonry falls on anyone. But could I know what's happening here?
Of course, you never know what anything is about, Mr. Dixon, do you? You always stumble upon things, meddle in things that you should stay far away from. I have tried again and again keep you away from here, and yet still you never got the message. I thought
Maybe
for
I
a
didn't
while
get
you had
it.
gone into hiding, huh?
Maybe I didn't get the message. I had no desire to come here. I could you come out? I would prefer this conversation face to face. I am not certain what's happening, and I feel like this could be worked out somehow.
Well, if you hadn't gotten the message, then perhaps you should look to your compatriot, Miss Winters. Perhaps you would have gotten the message had she not killed the messenger.
Oh.
I don't know what's going on.
You'll have to be more specific. I killed a lot of people. I mean, like, literally, I kill a lot of people. It's a thing. I get paid for it. Professional courtesy and all that. Also, the spooky smoke thing. Is there just me, or does that look like a lava lamp?
Yeah, when you think about it.
She's like actively counting on her fingers at the same time. She's shifted so her back is against one of the walls and she can see things. But she was like, that really looks like a lava lamp. Like,
I do not
talking
need
in good faith.
to monologue.
But could we have a dialogue then, please?
Conversation is important.
Then let's. And a jet of shadow comes out of the wall. It snakes and whirls its way towards the pile of rubble that would be off the map to the left of the image, before coming out like smoke and coalescing. There's a shockwave in that wall of shadow. Just they come, wow, French again, like a gong that just goes and it fades away. Now, Flory, you see the arches. You see that there is something similarly repaired as far as rooms are concerned in the back. The paintings on the walls have changed. They no longer look what they looked like. And the blood in the cauldrons has begun to seep once more. As the figure forms itself. If you would so like, you would be nice enough to look at Legend Keeper under Sabbat. It is called the Sabbat Priest.
Oh, it's the guy with the faces.
It is a bald man with a heavily scarred body. Part of his tongue is missing, and he is wearing a coat made out of stitched human faces.
Sweet.
Reminiscent of the tent in the Werewolf Lair. I'll just parenthesis. No one has seen this person or interacted with him before.
No.
As far as you're all concerned, right? For chat,
Yeah.
you have heard of this person and never seen him.
Okay, so you're part of the cabal with Dark Angel? part of that pack.
Please. Dark Angels were nothing more than an edgy band of mercenaries, good for when we needed
Okay.
support of the military kind. No. No, I do not belong to any of these wretched packs. There's
And
no more Sabat anymore.
his voice and eyes change. So, you're not a member of the Sword of Cain. I'm gonna feel good about this.
Wait. I'm sorry. Before anything gets out of hand, you know our names. What's yours? I've heard about you briefly recently, but I don't know anything about you. And also,
You've learned about my mistakes. Perhaps this would jog your memory. And as he says that, his scars resorb inside his body. His face becomes a little bit lankier? Yeah, like thinner, and a bit longer than what it is at the moment. The misshapen mouth, like jaw, sort of clicks back together. He's still dressed in that coat, but he now looks identical to a man you have seen before. At least I know that Flory has seen him. I do not remember if Artie has seen him or
Is this
Dixon.
Johnson?
It is Carl Johnson.
All right.
No.
So now I can go bar something from his character sheet.
Like, Flora, you've seen him. I have.
Oh, that's right. At the Elysium.
At the Elysium. Yeah.
Yeah.
She did see him at the Elysium. Because I was sitting there going, because she didn't actually. It was like, oh yeah, I remember. You were kissing up to the little pissant princeling. This is the guy, by the way, who wanted you dead.
We might have both seen him because Artie was at the Elysium, right? Or is it the first one?
No.
I was at the first one. I don't know if I caught Johnson there.
He was at the first one.
He was at the museum.
Yeah, he was at the museum.
Yes.
So I did see him before. Though in passing, we didn't talk.
And Lucky came in when he was still Lucky with Yuma at the very, very end. But I don't know if...
Yeah, you would have probably seen him in passing. Just it's up to
you. I have no idea who he is.
Remember the face. But yes, he was among the crowd of people there.
Yeah, I don't think.
So.
And I think Dixon sees the new revelation and still doesn't quite get who he is, because I really feel it's like a bunch of people at that party.
He was the dude sucking up with the little princeling, who
He's the one that wanted you dead.
Yeah. Don't worry, he's dead too. Well, not dead. He's only mostly dead.
Again, you have everything all wrong. You could have simply waited out your own lives in your little corner of the island and let the actual important people do what they must.
Oh, no, I have to interject here before you get into this whole thing about how I should have let you go on because, you know, it didn't matter to me. I did get paid. So it kind of did matter. I mean, like, I'm not into your whole politics shit, but somebody paid for it, so...
Also, if...
Just business.
You're tied to the princeling, you're tied to Val. And that... I'm sorry.
When you say tied to Val...
Yeah.
There's a subtle shift in him. Can you make check for me?
Certainly.
Anyone can. Arthur will just Arthur can add his Tsimichi specialty, but it is a case of wits and insight.
Okay.
Beast, she'll fail. I also didn't roll my remorse at the end of last session.
4
We do that after.
successes for
All right.
Flory.
I'm looking at, I should have said difficulty 3. You have it, that's bestial failure for the other. But for Arthur, who hasn't rolled yet.
I've got 3.
When you mention being tied to Val, he couldn't contain his devotion to the woman tied to the statue. For like a split second, his entire persona, the entire lie that he's built and maintained for however long, we don't know, sort of failed, maybe perhaps because she's here in the room. However, nothing much will come of this as Lucky charges at the man. That will be your bestial failure. Your beast takes over.
He was about to do something, clearly.
He tried to get you killed.
Well, but right now he's clearly a threat. Right this second. I saw him twitch.
Yes, but there's also a sense of revenge to it.
Yeah.
A lot of things would not have happened to you had it not been for this guy. You know,
Yeah.
you would still have a
Yeah.
family. You would not have to live under the sea as you had to.
There's a lot of projection from your beast onto this man.
Is it projection or is it just really what it is? Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes it just is what it is. Sometimes people, we were very polite with this guy. We had we wanted to have a conversation. He's not been polite back. And now I think he needs to die. Do you know what I mean? Like it's not really, it's just one of those things.
No, this is just a revelation for me personally that all the beasts of all vampires are just middle schoolers.
Well, you know, they when they get a juice box, they feel better. When they don't have a juice box, they get all upset.
This is grumpy and holding a grudge on someone that you haven't been able to express your feelings and you don't know how. So they have said something that has slightly irked you, and now everything comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
I'm gonna
much.
try to kill him now. By the way, just so you know, just so you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
By the way, because Flory's
Yes.
Sense Beast is still up, the minute there's that switch in our Dixon's personality and the beast is going to take over, she's going to slide along the wall towards the woman in the statue.
Okay. Yeah, because you were warned like a half second before.
Just like, boop. Uh-oh.
Yeah, and it's also, she had already put her back to one of the, like, I guess the north-facing wall.
Okay. Yeah, so you're looking at... well then,
So
in that case, I'll give you this. While the action is going to happen, you're in direct view of the fresco painted against the northern wall. You know, the one that shifted now?
Yeah.
I will unlock it for you in Legend Keeper.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's under Artifacts, and it is called Painting on the Wall.
Well, I have a technical question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a painting or a fresco?
Yeah, I keep using the word fresco since the beginning. Yeah, it's a fresco more than a painting, I should say.
Okay.
It's, you know,
There-
painted upon the wall itself, like it's a mural painting.
but there's an actual difference between a fresco and a mural or a painting on a wall, right? Like a fresco is plaster, and while the plaster is still wet, while it's fresh, fresco, you paint onto it, and then as it hardens, the whole thing hardens, so it becomes a solid piece.
It's going to be a lot harder to differentiate between fresco and anything else because it's not natural stone, and it's probably not natural whatever it is that was used to make this.
No, but that's the point. Is like, so they've got the stone, and then you would put the plaster on top of it, and then you paint on that while the plaster is still wet.
Yeah, it
Okay.
might be that, it might not be that. It's not normal stone. Maybe it doesn't need plaster. Maybe it does.
Okay.
It's fresco is the closest thing.
We'll go with that.
Visually, it looks like.
And then I guess my next question is, as she's sliding by and she sees this image that's been changed, does she recognize it?
No?
Okay.
I mean, out of game maybe because I've used this image before for something else.
Yeah, but
in game, it does not look like anyone
but it's also, it doesn't look like it follows in that, like the paintings we saw earlier, which were all like
the story of the
stories
Sabbat or whatever
of the history. Yeah.
No, this looks more like the painting a madman with a grudge would have left, like as a reminder. Like, could have been a photograph with like darts thrown at it. You get the feeling it would be the same emotion that goes through it.
Yeah. She's gonna slide away.
What he needs.
You ate the therapist.
It's gonna get a different kind of therapy now. This is what happens.
So, I'm just gonna change the music.
I thought you might. Yep.
We're gonna do Dixon because surprise. He plays right after, and then it's gonna be players him.
Okay. I'm gonna rouse for more strength. Okay. I'm going to, because he was talking. I don't know, he was talking, and he was not really cooperating. Do you know what I mean? You know when, like, we try to have a normal conversation with somebody, and they don't really pay attention to what you're saying, and they just, I don't know, really, it's very rude and frustrating. And then it turns out they were trying to kill you. Also rude and frustrating.
So not only was he trying to murder you, but he's also trying to gaslight you. Like, this guy's an asshole.
Yeah. Also, I'm very frustrated with him because he feel like I don't like when people are like, I gave you a message, but you didn't give me a message. Actually, he's just terrible. So we're going to have to murder him. And it's just just thinking about the ways in which he don't like him. Like I just zoom across the space very rapidly. And I am going to sort of leap forward to sort of to jump upon him to grapple him. It's going to be like a quick it's like I'm just kind of standing there kind of chill, and then I'm not. Then I'm like across the room trying to grapple him, like in the blink of a celerity eye, as it were. Yes, so I'm gonna do my strength brawl, if you don't mind, if that's okay. Yeah, great. And I did spend the 3 points to get a specialization in brawl of grappling, because I have done that an awful lot. When you rouse the blood, you get what, 2? Is that right?
In your case, yes. Yes. That's what the errata
that's the
thingy
that's
said.
the errata, right? Because Yeah, because I was like, the errata. Yeah, the errata says 2. So I get 3. 6. And it's a messy crit.
Okay, we're going all out.
Wait, why is
Where
it a messy
are we?
crit? Oh,
wait,
well,
sorry. I'm sorry. I have to add 4 more dice because of potence. Sorry. Sorry
It's
about
a
that.
messy crit because he's got the 10 in both pools.
Yeah, sorry, I misread that for a second.
Yeah.
I thought it was only a success because they didn't make it blue in the blood dice. It was only
7.
I mean, you can always re-roll your 10 if you don't want it to be a messy crit. Just warning you.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, that's fine.
For the sake of this messy crit, let's do something interesting. Okay, sure. You cannot defend next turn.
Sure, that's fine. You know, I'm not really thinking about that. Do you know what I mean? It's really not my. It's not.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I need to roll his check. I got 3 successes. He is thoroughly grappled, like in the blink of an eye. It is his turn. The Carl Johnson illusion-ish. It's not really an illusion because your auspexes cannot see through it. It's actual polymorphing or vicissitude to some extent. He drops it, goes back to what is probably his natural state, which is the scarred, ugly, disfigured person, or kindred K-Knight. Two things are going to happen. The first is, he says, as you tackle him, Diana didn't need to go out this way, you know. And because you cannot defend Dixon, and you are physically touching him, you're just taking 2 aggravated damage.
Okay.
Choose one of your limbs that is touching him. It could also be legs, because I mean you're grappling, but you know, leg might be touching. One of these is going to wither to just skin and bone and be unusable until you heal those 2 points of aggravated.
Right leg.
Right leg green.
Yes.
And now, like I said, it was him. It is now players. You can do it in the order that you wish. See, Daggerheart, I was using that initiative system before you.
The games can't work that way.
Shade.
I'm sorry.
I read it. I made a character, and I really love it.
I have a very simple thing. Because you said earlier, in that moment when I was deciphering things about Val, there was a twitch towards this woman that's hung up, right?
Yep.
Cool. There's an awful lot of candles, and she's pretty much just fire paper.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Rush up, grab a candle, throw.
Oh, just throw the candle at her.
Yeah.
Okay, I was expecting you to continue with the thing you said during break.
No.
That's why I was
That was for
pausing.
shadows.
I was
This
pausing for effect.
no, this woman is kindling.
You throw the candle at her. Her clothes, her skin, question mark, just catch on fire. There is a flash of a blaze. Her clothes are gone. Rapidly enough. You even see that the stake, the metal stake, has a bit of smoke coming out of it. It's not white, but just the heat of it. And then all of the flame, the fire around her, seep into the holes of her flesh and remain there. And now she glows softly. But her
I have a
skin,
question.
her hair is unburned. Yes.
Because she's tied up with ropes. What happens to the ropes when they get lit on fire?
Thank you for reminding me. The ropes are starting to burn. By the way, the ropes themselves weren't, they're not like, the big like sailing ropes or anything, but it's about the size of a steel cable in diameter.
Yeah.
It's going to take.
I also know an awful lot about rope.
Lines are important to know about.
Is this hemp? Is this cotton? Is this nylon?
Is it polyester?
No, it's not polyester. I know it's not hemp. I guess he would have used.
If it's nylon, it's melting to her, regardless of what mysticism you've got.
Yeah, no, but
if it's cotton, it'll go up quick. If it's hemp, it'll go up quick, and we're all gonna get a little hot.
It's actually neither. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna click on weird websites.
Okay, I'm just thinking about D&D where you could get a silk rope that weighed a lot less than the regular rope. It was far more expensive.
Yeah, but that would be exceptionally expensive.
No,
a specialty item.
Remember, this is supposed to be a shrine to her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is. I'm looking at it. It's shibari rope, right?
Oh, nice.
Yes, which depending on what kind of play you're using, most often.
This one is made out of linen.
Okay.
As it is the softest of all of them.
Okay, so it's also going to go up like cotton.
Yeah, it's going to go up on fire. I was going to say, she is going to fall next turn.
Delightful. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
To do things.
Flori has moved her way towards this. Paused because she had pulled the knife like she was going to cut the lines, and then saw Artie throw the candles, shrugged, and was like, okay. Puts the knife, shifts the hold of her knife so she can have it in defensive, and pulls the gun to kind of turn and like stare at creepy, have one eye on creepy Sabat Lasombra and the other on creepy Sabat Samish.
Like, we're getting to old Artie where this is I'm either going to hurt you and the thing you love, or I'm going to get a hostage. Either way, we're going to have a talk.
Dixon?
Yeah. I'm just. It's gonna be pretty chill. Not a big deal. On the second after you've grappled someone, you have multiple options. And I'm just. I'm gonna rouse the blood so I can get my strength bonus, if you don't mind. Because we're busy.
There we go. Dixon sucking someone up again.
Well, he and I feel like he knows me so well. I need to know him, get to know him better.
Well, I just love that I am the least Sabat here, even though I was Sabat.
I feel like Sabat. What does that even mean?
Eat to win. Eat to win.
Look, I'm a little hungry.
Ooh, you're quite hungry. You're not
that's why I'm
yourself
gonna bite
anymore.
him now. I'm going to bite him. I'm going to do a bite attack since I have grappled him now. Choleric, potent. That's +4, I believe. 2, 3, 4. Yes. Uh, 2 out of 2. I'm gonna spend a willpower to reroll 3.
Out of 6 dice, nothing. Or all, it's
2.
way more. It's out of 10 dice, you got 2 successes.
Yeah. I know, it's terrible, right? I will willpower that. Oops, cancel. Okay. Which
So
actually
that
also makes that a...
That becomes a crit.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes now.
Yes. I will take that.
All right,
6
so,
successes. As I come in and I just like, as I've grappled him and my leg is withering, and I'm like, ah! And like, as the leg withers, I sort of slide to the side, but then my teeth go to sink into his flesh.
So that's a bite attack, right?
It is.
That's
6.
That's 2 aggravated on him.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I will now activate Brutal Feed.
Yeah, of course.
So that'll be 2 aggravated and 4 regular damage. As I'm gonna
2 aggravated, 4 regular.
Yep. I just start like, I'm just so irritated that this guy, because here's the thing. I'm gonna just tell you. There's a whole thing about him trying to get in the door and like wondering what he's about. And then here he is. All this time I thought he couldn't even get down here, but he's down here. And he's a liar, and I do not appreciate that. And since I do not appreciate liars, I am going to Brutal Feed just drink up all of that business. 2 aggravated, 4 regular.
Yeah. His last words to you before falling into torpor are, "You fools. You are already dead." Basically, you kill him and he goes, "Omae wa moshinderu." Yeah.
No shit, we're already dead. We're vampires.
And he's not dead. Like, not final death
torpor.
dead, but you've torpored him. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP. However, because you touched him, now this time you might get to resist.
I'm still touching him,
Yeah. Oh, fudge. No, you only need to... Okay, so long as it's a grapple. 2 more aggravated to you. Because, your attack causes it to. And you choose a limb. Now that you're biting, by the way, it can also be a piece of your... well, don't choose your head because you're gone. But it could be like an eye, an ear, your tongue. You could turn yourself mute, deaf, or blind until that other 2 aggravated is healed. Or it could be, an arm and a leg.
I think it'll be my off arm. Sort of comes and just withers and sort of hangs limp as I just am still...
Is it all one side, or is it like catty-corner to the leg?
I think it's all one side. No, it's right leg, left arm, because he's
okay.
right-handed.
Well, let me change the music back.
And I suppose I hold him as he falls into torpor.
Yeah. I was expecting him to get, I don't know, maybe a round more of preparations.
I was really hungry. If I weren't as hungry, then I couldn't have done as much damage. But I was really hungry.
The ropes
You
burn
know?
out, and the woman falls. You catch
She's
her.
still. No, I don't. I let her
Oh,
fall.
okay, I thought. Sorry, the movement you made.
No,
She-
it's just thump, and then
she
I'll look
thumps on the
down.
ground. Yeah. She thumps on the ground. You can see that her hair has these like embers. No, they're not embers. They're sparks, kind of. What flies out of a fire when like you have a campfire?
Embers.
They're
Sparks or embers?
right?
Yeah,
okay.
sparks.
So there are embers coming out of her hair, and she is to the touch.
Not
She-
touching her.
Just
No, but even
Quick-
if you're
quick little
close to
note.
her, you feel it. She's a fire.
just a quick note. I'm gonna put my good leg on his chest, and then I'm going to take his head and I'm going to rip it off of his body.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Thanks. Just I just got something to
I think this is something that we see. You know, the camera is now placed where the statue is. You have Arthur, the body that fell, Flory, and in the background, just you pulling on a head to tear it out.
I mean, if I need to, I'll get the crowbar, but we're gonna not have those two. His head and his body don't need to be hanging out with each other. I'm kind of upset with him right now. You know what I mean?
I mean, if you ever get up to 6 successes on a strength and brawl check, so you can retry every, like, let's say, like,
Oh,
20 seconds or so. The moment you accumulate 6 successes, it's ripped out.
oh, nice. Thanks.
And if you get them in one skill check alone, I'll add something to it.
Cool.
Lori and Arthur, I'm back to you.
Not going to pick that up. However, I am now going to approach the books that I am very interested in. Just a quick thing, just taking a glance at her, I'm going,
You can see her face now.
I think this may be the family magics that is causing this thing to happen.
Wait, causing what?
This feels like a very specific kind of Zamish magic that is.
Yes.
causing
Yes.
this.
Okay, that's what. Okay, I thought you were going to like make a skill check or something. And I was like, okay, wait.
No.
Yeah, no, this is very. She is Samish.
Yeah.
There is no denying that. However, disciplines such as vicissitude and other magic, they tend to not necessarily stay after your torpor.
Yeah, no.
Eventually they fade. She, for some reason, seems to have. Well, now that you're close enough, you can see that like she has like holes that
Yeah.
inside, but she has organs. She had desiccated organs, but like she's not
Yeah.
empty inside. She's not some sort of walking shell. But now that you see her face, you notice that she has like several ridges, like this.
Yeah.
And on the side here, very reminiscent of the head of a giant lizard. Maybe a dragon.
Okay. We're going to do something real quick. Also advised. Always keep a Leatherman on you for occasions just like this. Going to pull a knife. I'm going to cut her. I'm going to make sure I'm not in the splash zone. What fluid, if any, comes out?
Oh, none. There's no more blood in that person.
Okay.
And you all know anyway as kindred that in torpor you have no control over your blood, so you bleed
Yeah.
like a human. But the only fluid that should be in your body anyway as a vampire is blood. If there's no more inside, nothing's going to come out.
There are certain tricks that the family can pull. Just making sure.
In her case, actually, in her case, because you're vivisecting her, I guess it would be dissecting at that point.
More dissection at this point.
Yeah, can you make
Would you like a medicine check? I have flesh crafting and Zamish
It's
specialties.
Intelligence occult with Zamish, but it's specifically
Okay.
occult.
Into cult, we can do that.
In fact, do not put your Zamish specialty on.
What about flesh crafting?
Neither.
Okay.
Because it's for something else. I'll give you like other info, but the check is for something specific. And while you're doing that, I will also tell you, and Flory, that the pile of books at the foot of the stairs are all burnt out and destroyed. Okay.
2 successes. If I need to, I will spend a willpower to reroll those 3.
No, that's enough. It's not just family magic. There's a sense of she also knows blood sorcery and has merged the two together to sort of ward her body, well, from fire, for instance, but also to be able to, I don't know, kind of protect it from the ravages of time in torpor. Like, she's supposed to look like the wraith that you found, the white that you found.
Yeah, but she's in good shape.
She's in good shape. Her lips and gums haven't receded that much. She still has a full head of hair.
Yeah.
It looks like she could have been torpored yesterday.
But she couldn't have been tortured that long, right? Because it was after the Night of Ashes, so 2 years at the most. Probably, yes.
That is a good question. She does bear the same stake that was stabbed into.
Yeah, the warning.
Well, the one that makes people avoid you, like vampires or mortals not see you. It's the same.
Going to, again, since we're dissecting, take a little fillet of flesh, and I'm going to.
Isn't the fillet of flesh the new McDonald's burger?
No.
When you start cutting into it,
yeah,
imagine that you're cutting into wood. You can get a sliver out, but it is that hard.
Cool. I'm still going to attempt to do south this sliver of wood since I do have blood sorcery.
You're going to want to do what?
I want to use. What is the name? It's all the way at the bottom. Blood sorcery, a taste for blood.
Taste for blood, yeah.
And essentially get as much information as I can.
Yeah. While you do that, or is there anything you wanted to do? Lori? Was there anything you wanted to do while Arthur is doing his shtick?
I think there's this moment of just like you hear crack, and then Flory looks up and Dixon's got the head.
I did it in one roll.
Oh, no, it's not just the head. You tore the spine with it.
Nice.
Fatality.
Yeah, it's very
fatality.
And it's like there's a moment. It's like Flory was thinking about like there's this pause of like going to offer the knife to Dixon. Nope, he doesn't need that. Then sees Artie cutting into the body. It's like he doesn't need that either. She wants to go. She wants to kind of go up around the statue and just like make sure no one else is here. Well, the other two are busy with, violence of varieties of sorts.
If you stand behind the statue and you look toward the garden, you will see what's like beyond the arches. There is no one, by the way, behind the statue. You notice that it's less well kept, or sorry, not well kept, but it hasn't gotten the same kind of love that the rest of the room has, right? The rubble there has been just moved just so that someone could walk through at least one of the arches unhindered, and the other ones are practically, full. Through the arches, it's a well, the remains of, I guess, words. Not a not a religious or with religious connotation type of room. It's closer to almost what could be like an inner courtyard. With benches and a fountain, I guess. Kind of. It's that part is a little more destroyed than the rest. The other thing that you notice is it's been used as some form of storage. You notice that kind of piled up around the fountain, poking out from behind a bit, are like probably 4 bodies. They're all wearing the same dark pants, and judging by the size of their legs poking out of their arms, like it's just almost bone. Like they're in advanced decomposition. And there's a neat little, no, not neat. There's a makeshift shelf or bookcase that's been sort of leaned up against the wall right behind what would be the fountain. This one also has books. Oh, I needed to mention one thing. All of your technological devices no longer work. Just so you know. I forgot the moment he manifested it, because, La Sombra with a special flaw, so he glitches everyone's shit. But despite that, the darkness is way less oppressive than before. The books in the bookshelf seem much less damaged than the ones at the foot of the stairs. Oh, and there's wind that you feel coming out of there. What?
She's
you're okay.
And she'll be like, Arti, when you're done, we have reading material. In
Delightful.
amount of books wise, it's like the size of 2 squares in a Kallax library, like a Kallax IKEA library. That's how I count how many books fit somewhere. Roughly almost a score of books.
Well, it is a literal score of books.
Yeah. But there might be like 19, I don't know, but it's around that amount. Some appear to have been published books, like something a kind could potentially have at home. Others appear to have been homemade and stitched, as it were, of varying sizes. And
after she very quickly moves all the books into her bag, she's going to go back to looking at that piece of art. But
do you also look at the one on the opposite side?
Yeah. The art is now intriguing.
The other side is a mass of black tentacles set against a gray, cloudy sky. It almost looks like tall grass, like you were taking a picture from inside tall grass or algae. But the tip of each tentacle matches the holes in position, or I should say, all the red colors, the bright red, because I know there are like multiple shades of red on that image. But imagine, there are some on the hands, the eyes, the middle, like there's a tentacle that is just like short and stubby, and others are more slender, but they sort of match person across. Going back to Mr. I Taste People's Skin.
That was 6 successes. It is a crit, so I'd like to know this individual's generation and if they've ever committed diablerie.
Yes.
Dixon just kind of wanders over, by the way, to the pile of books and just kind of.
Are you still holding your
prize?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just dragging it, just with me, as kind of walking over there just to check out what those things are.
It could be used as an improvised flail, by the way. I just
in case we need it.
Yeah. Damn. This book is too white. All right. She is a vampire.
Yes.
She is of my shit. There we go. Her blood potency is not written because Simon forgot, but the generation is she's of 7th generation. What else was known? Has she ever committed diablerie before? Yes. And you can also identify the specific supernatural creature. She is a Tzimisce vampire. I'll give you that too, because you got a crit, right? 7th gen would have been 8th, so 7 through diablerie. So, like, yes, she diablerized. Yeah. How often? Who knows? But she's like, just one of the natural order of things.
Still, an 8 is technically a Methuselah at this point.
No. Methuselah is 3rd, 4th. 8 is just an elder.
Well, still, elder, and now she's a 7th, so.
Well,
in a town without elders.
You say that. Her skin, by the way, because, let's go with some resonance, is sanguine.
Oh, my favorite.
This is what you learn. And of course, the stake. You get a feeling that the magic on it probably failing, because in the case of what you've heard, and Dixon, you've lived it, you've experienced it. You were supposed to never pay attention to her. No, but it's more like she would have been invisible to you. Except,
yeah, that's what the stake does.
Yeah, because the one staked white that was by one of the collapsed entrances was out in the open, staked against the fence. No one could see the thing.
Now those two don't know it because they haven't had a conversation about that, right? But yes.
No, we did. We did.
No, because he did not. He gave the stake to Antonio to give to you all. But
yeah,
he didn't tell Antonio anything about the stake.
You brought the stake with you to Artie's, and you gave it. You were going to offer it to Flory, but you left it on the pool table. Flory didn't touch it, but she recognized that the magic that was the warded was with Valois, and that was her phone conversation technically
But
last
Dixon
night.
didn't say where he got it.
No, he
No,
doesn't.
no,
but
no,
sh-
no, like-
but Flory and Artie know about the magic on it because Flory recognized it from Valois.
It's
Yes.
just you've never experienced the full magic before, so you only have like the theoretical version.
Yeah.
But on paper,
But also,
you
they
should
don't
have
know
not
that it was
seen
attached
her.
to a white. Like
No.
they
Yeah,
don't
no,
know that it was
that's
attached
the-
to a
I'm-
white.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, that was
and
for-
he
for
doesn't
you,
know that
Dixon.
it was Valois who did it. Right.
Yeah.
So there's basically that's the info gap right there.
Oh, this makes an even greater mess of things.
We're going to save her, right?
We're dealing with a Diablerist who is of elder status.
Okay.
In a town that has no elders, her turn could upset the balance of power significantly. And if she is, well, she's of my clan, she's down here, and she is somebody who obviously knows both blood sorcery and some of the old country magics. Otherwise, she wouldn't be fucking Tinkerbell right now.
Yeah, yeah, over time, the fire ends up
Dies
abating
out.
at some point. It dies
Yeah, but-
inside. But
No,
she's still
neat.
slightly glowing.
Neat trick. There is no telling whether or not she will be a good witch or a bad witch. And unless I can find out more in those books or elsewhere in here, the only person that I know of that I can possibly bring her to get identification may very well just stomp her head in, and I'm not necessarily thrilled at that idea. In case she
friends.
is a good witch.
Friends, been about perhaps close to 45 minutes now that you've been under Montreal. Remember
Been
how I
close
said
to
your
sun.
beast
Yeah.
felt... Yeah, they don't anymore.
What do you mean?
You don't feel tired. You don't feel energized. But the tiredness of the beast, because of the approaching sunrise, has disappeared in all three of you.
I know you said our technology failed, but Flory wears a watch, just like a simple, basic wristwatch,
Mechanical.
mechanical.
Same with
Mechanical is...
Dixon.
Yeah, mechanical is fine. I will...
So, glancing at it, what time is it?
Oh, it is the hands are spinning o'clock.
Oh,
They're spinning
That seems great.
counterclockwise.
seems awesome. Seems good. Good.
Not
Even
necessarily
with-
at a rapid pace, like we're not talking like, but it's, you know, or
And that's with Mr. Johnson being headless.
oh yeah.
He's the
Oh, by
headless.
the way, his body
face man.
didn't turn to ash.
Okay.
He's not that old. It's
Okay.
kind of mummified-ish, let's say. But it is not, you know, I get
Dust.
killed, I turn to dust. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's he gets killed, he turns into beef jerky. I got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Flory is when Dixon and Artie are talking about pulling the stake out and whether she's a good witch or a bad witch. Flory glances at her
Flipping through the
watch,
books.
sees the thing spinning, and starts looking back and forth between these paintings and trying to see if there's anything else that would be pinging at this moment for her sense, the beast, because
Oh,
or
sense
just
the beast. No.
Well, since the beast or anything else that she could determine, because this is creepy magic shit. And
let me check something. Because while the paintings themselves are not magical,
By the way, I've got more. Okay, just for the record, it was blood that was sticky and congealing, then dust, and now more blood on top. I've got another layer of excitement.
And your your left arm and your right leg are both withered, so it's a real look for you.
It's a look.
Dixon is now layered like an onion.
Yeah, I have layers.
Plus, you're furry.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's matted. It's gonna take a while to get all this out. It's just
like, I think you would have to shave this. I feel like this is the level of matting and stickiness you would have to go just full on shave it all.
You just go. I think you just go to a swimming pool or like a hot tub.
This is Pressure Wash Simulator Vampire Edition.
Sorry, I need to verify something before I give you more info.
When Dixon is flipped through the books, he's going to just do like a 360 around the room, just carrying the spine and skull, just 360 in the background while all like the Mission Impossible folks are doing their good stuff. He's going to like do a 360 with his spine. Because I've got a spine, I just need an Orange Crush.
Wait, what do you want to do with it?
He's dragging it with him,
reference.
And it's a very important song. And I just love the periodic clack, 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 because it's getting on the rocks of the floor.
Okay, so blah 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 blah. That's not what I need to know. At the risk of maybe being not 100% within canon, both paintings that, as you can from what you can gather just looking at them, seem to be a key and a cipher in a way. Sort of, there is something that can be done, like solving whatever puzzle this is would open maybe something or affect something. What I am looking for, my dear players, I think I know which book. I apologize, this is not a I just want to, it's for flavor. I don't want to spoil shit, so
yeah. She's more looking around for various sources of this shit is wrong, but Artie is concentrating on the very obviously not good witch, and I think there's just this. Lori glances at her watch. Dixon has made the comment about, are we gonna save her? Artie makes a comment about good witch versus bad witch, and Florrie's looking back and forth and just negligently says, and she's probably going to wake up hungry and I don't want to get eaten. And she's like, that's kind of like a throwaway line as she's trying to determine what's actually going on.
Again, every single one of these torpid individuals is going to need a significant Snickers count that we currently only provide by our own demises.
Just be right back.
And I think she then glances around, still looking for what's happening, and goes and looks at Dixon and goes, "Are you feeling tired yet?"
Dixon stops and has to think about it, right? Because he's sort of in a bit of a heightened state. He just ripped somebody's spine out. So you have to kind of get back in touch with your feelings. So he stops and he thinks about it. No, not yet.
It's like we came in here, it was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, it's something's afoot. Yeah, I've got a long list of things right now, and mystically somehow not being tired is towards the bottom.
And Dixon looks at his watch. Well, he looks at his watch. And his leg is filling back in a bit.
Do you want me to give you a sling for that?
No, it's okay.
I just mean that help you balance a little better.
I need to bluff. Why is your my watch is going backwards? What about yours?
Well, it's going around in circles and isn't telling time correctly, which is slightly disconcerting. I mean, it is a Rolex, and I did buy an original. It's a really nice one, see? And I didn't do any of the weird shit. And she's like...
Oh, no. It's going backwards.
Why? Ooh. And then she's gonna start walking towards... glances at the body. Your watch is going backwards? Mine's going in circles.
Mine too, but backwards.
And then she looks at...
I believe the GM said that it was going backwards.
Counterclockwise, yeah.
Yeah.
I found it. Okay.
And then Florey's immediately going to look at Carl Johnson.
Well, what's left of him?
What's left of him?
He is not rejuvenating.
And then she's going to
That
look
is
at the
fine.
not dead body with a stake through its heart.
She is not. Time is not actually going, you're not traveling back in time for real. But
We don't know.
yeah, time
We
is
don't know.
wonky. No, but I mean,
Well,
they're not regenerating as if.
We're
Yeah,
not having a Queen of the Damned moment right now.
As far as we know, we don't know. Don't even know.
Okay, so that's what I thought. Is there anything else that would affect you?
You said the books have been burnt.
The ones that were at the base of the statue, once Tinkerbell fell, they went up like kindling.
So
Oh,
this
sorry.
guy, the faces guy.
Yeah.
I hold up the spine head.
Yeah.
This guy.
I will say, as you say, the faces guy, because now I found the info I'm looking for. He disappears in a vortex of blood and ash sucked into the earth beneath his feet. And it
Including the
doesn't-
head and spine that's in...
No, the
Dixon's
head and
hand?
spine is as fine as the rest of the body. And it doesn't look pleasant, even if he's dead.
Now, seeing this, I would like to identify this. Is this consequences of abyss mysticism, or is this something else?
Oh yeah,
The
same
body
roll
that's
as
not
earlier,
attached. Just
but difficulty 5.
Fine.
Florey just
gets
kind of
sucked into
looks
a
at...
vortex.
Florey just looks at all of that, looks to the skull and neck, spine that Dixon's holding, and going, and that's what happens when you worship undead abominations.
What was that? And just looks at the vortex.
Consequences of his actions.
You know, I'm going to actually spend the willpower because I'm just too curious.
Do you want to rouse?
No, because I like not being hungry.
Yeah, but think about it. There's theoretically not a whole lot of time left for the night. You will have to rouse
True.
tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, but I don't want to necessarily wake up even hungrier. So
Yeah, no, I get it.
I just roused all the time. Just
yeah,
gives me
Yeah,
opens up
you,
spots in my belly for later. For
Gonna
just.
change.
By the way, just blood all over my face. It's just everywhere. It's just
Another crit.
Ooh. Oh, yes, that is a crit.
that is 5 precisely
Mm-hmm.
because the crit.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely awesome.
Hey, gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not in Kansas anymore.
We've never been in
Okay.
Kansas. We're in
It's
Montreal.
not abyss
Simon.
mysticism.
What are we dealing with?
It's the abyss. You are
In the abyss?
in the Shadowlands. You're in the underworld. You have moved on past the gauntlet.
Is that like? Do you mean that like? Hypothetically?
Well, that's what I meant by we're already dead.
No.
Yeah, not hypothetically. Is that like a metaphor for something else? Like when you say we're in the abyss, do you mean like in
No,
our
it's,
souls? Like we're just sad?
No. It's just something that happened when you entered this room the very first time.
Wait, does that mean
It
that I
just
went into
takes
the
a
abyss
while.
and then came out of the abyss and then went back into the abyss?
No, it just takes a while for him.
Room to happen.
Like this is out of game knowledge, right? But it takes a while for him to move from one to the other. But when he does so, the entire, like when the wall,
Yeah, the whole thing moves.
Yeah.
So it's more of a, he needed time to unlock the door, like all of the locks. So he kept talking, because he couldn't manifest anyway, one way or another. Like, so it was easier to just invite you all here. But then I forgot the moment he died, he should have been sucked in immediately. So you know,
he is
it
now,
happened a bit later.
except for his spine.
And yeah, you're not tired, not tired at all. That was the other thing.
Cool.
Oh, fun. We're in the abyss. Great.
What?
Welcome to hell!
Oh no, it's less fiery than that. We're across the gauntlet. We're in the Shadowlands.
Ooh, I will need to know if you spend all of your willpower.
Nope, not yet.
I have not spent any of it.
Those of you who have lost willpower.
Mm-hmm. Spent or lost?
No. Regardless, that are not at their maximum value.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine that it physically hurts as much as if those missing dots were damage.
Okay.
I have a question. My desire was to destroy the things that Val wants.
Yeah, you haven't accomplished it.
Okay.
Because, you know, there's still stuff around.
Things.
Though if we're in the abyss,
what does that mean?
Well, we're not on the right side of reality. We're in the realm in which ghosts exists. It is also a place in which the Lasombra try to commune. It gets weird. There's an entire god thing. It's a long story. But if we're on this side, that means that there should be a way out. It's just going to be a pain in the ass.
Air is coming from that way.
I'm going to peer with my ancestor's vigilance, by the way, since the unseen. Because he was like, oh, we're in the, like, Shadowlands, and that might mean it's like the ancestor plane.
It doesn't change anything.
Okay.
As in, whether it's active or not, you already see what Sense the Unseen would have given you.
I just didn't notice the switch to grayscale.
Well, if anything, that's the thing. It's not completely grayscale. Because the fresco has red on it.
Yeah,
There's still red blood. There are still bits of light and color. But it is not that much. But there still is. Oh, and the candles, like if you approach your hand, there's still warmth coming out of it.
Yeah. Okay. With that crit, do I get anything else other than surprise? You've passed the gauntlet.
Yeah. It's general information. he might have been, Johnson might have been able to get you out of it, get you in it, but he's not the one who put that here. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
Like,
he's not the one that communed this place with the Abyss to make the transition
it.
between.
If the transition or the Abyss apartment within the temple, let's call it that, existed before him, it stands to reason that somewhere, and I mean, theoretically, if you're unlucky enough, you could have to like go outside on like the surface of underworld Montreal and look around, but it means that the gauntlet, the shroud is thin somewhere, because otherwise it wouldn't have been that easy to go through.
There's that, and also there's two other locales that we know of that have that thinning. One would be the hospital, and the other would be going to Folly's house. Of the two, I'd rather not deal with the shroud side of a hospital. Folly's house seems far more inviting.
I mean, you made friends, you influence people.
I do not have enough stuff, blood, shinies to deal with that many ghosts. And considering it's a hospital, there's some things that were ghosts. They are post-ghost.
You know how, like, all the people that were inside the walls?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not here. It's normal
wall.
It's underworld stone, but it is, like, smooth.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have faces that on it from time to time.
We're on the upper side of the chthonic depths. Got it. Oh.
So, painting, tentacles, matching dots. Also, wind coming from outside in the garden.
That could be good wind. That could be bad wind.
I figured all wind here is bad wind.
You went into the garden, right, Flory, to get the books?
Yes.
The wind comes in south to north. So if you're looking at the bookcase, it would have been like from your right to your left. It's a cold wind, but a sort of like pleasant early spring type of wind.
Cool.
Kind of weird to have that here, but whatever. And because you went to see the body, I should also give you that. Not the bodies, the books. You had to pass by the bodies. Those are army people. Like, those are special forces uniforms. They're wrecked beyond recognition, and the bodies inside have died a long while ago. They were probably
part of this night.
Casualties, casualties of the Night of Ashes in one way or another.
Can I see the books that you've got? Those aren't burnt. There might be something in there.
Sure. I mean, they're over there. She points to the.
So, by all means, go through the books. Before we investigate the wind, there's one other place I want to try and get to, especially now that we're on this side, not the other side. I want to see if I can't get to the Chapel of Cain, especially on this side while I have the opportunity.
I'm gonna check out the books.
You mean the room with the statues?
Was that the actual chapel? No. On the map it says Chapel of Cain. You said we came from south of that.
Yeah, we didn't actually go into the Chapel of Cain.
Because that's the thing in the far west.
The Chapel of Cain is where the alcoves with the Virgin Mary and
okay.
That I
you have to go south of that, and then right, and then back up into the mausoleum.
So we have done that. Okay, never mind. I thought that was a different locale. No, in that case, let's go Well, probably we should figure out how the correlation between the paintings, because that'll give us an answer of some sort. And then we'll go and inspect this wind. So I have a feeling we're going to need to take Tinkerbell here with us.
Okay,
But part of me is just like, if you're already in the abyss, I can just leave you here and you can be somebody else's problem.
Yes, it could.
No, avoiding problems is a good idea because then anyone could come a boat, right?
They have to get to the abyss, and that level of dedication, power, potency, education is a rarity in this day and age.
I would like to remind you that we all know somebody's house who is a portal to the abyss, and folly is folly. I love her dearly, but folly.
You think she is going to look at this red-headed woman and not be insanely jealous?
I think she's going to look at this red-headed woman, or possibly the door to the abyss, and see it as a marketing scheme.
Yes, but this woman is toast as soon as she finds her.
She's not red-headed, though. The person on the ground? Steak?
Yeah.
She has black hair. Just she had
Oh.
embers coming out of it earlier.
Still, the entire fiery thing.
Yeah.
She's going to go, that is an amazing trick for VFX. I want to learn how to do that. And then after plumbing the depths of incredibly horrific and terrible occult knowledge, will then off this woman. You cannot tell me I am wrong.
Also, your friend Giovanni.
Oh, he would find her in this place absolutely fascinating and terrible at the same time. I can already hear him chastising me that I managed to get myself stuck here again, and he is going to have words. I am not going to hear the end. I'm going to have to buy him a new hat.
Just to... I'm gonna have to backtrack a little bit. Dixon asked Flory to see the books that you took from the library, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Except that I don't think she took them to the library. She just kept them there. She saw them and she didn't.
She put them in.
She
She
made
put them
the
in her
motion
bag.
to put them in a bag.
Oh yeah.
That's why. So basically, I take it Arthur and Flory, you're like by the frescoes, and Dixon is like nearby, just perusing the books.
Flory had put them in her bag, so she put the bag like kind of down next to her when she's looking at the frescoes. She's got her hand on the stake in her like hooded, her shirt pocket, her middle pocket of her shirt, and she's like paying attention to the frescoes, but also paying attention to any and all exits and entrances, because we're in the fucking abyss. And while some people might be esoteric about this thing, it's like...
You have a specialty on breaking and entering.
I do indeed.
While I go to Dixon for a moment, can you give me difficulty 3, resolve awareness, but you can add your
breaking and entering.
Mind you, no, but what was the skill for your breaking and entering again? Stealth?
You had it under stealth, yeah.
So you can do either awareness or stealth, but one way or another, add your words I am looking for, your specialty. Meanwhile, Dixon. So
I'm going to lick my finger to get it clean, so that when I push the pages, I don't get all of the gunk that I have on me, which is a mix of blood, dust, viscera, and more blood.
I think,
and also some more blood.
Just because I love the visual of this, I think it's like she points at the bag, you're pulling the books out, she's looking around, and then we'll pull a handkerchief out as she continues looking around to hand to you. It's like, you got some all over this.
He'll take the handkerchief and like wipe one of his fingers clean, and then,
I would say about a third of these books are occult tome, written by and from the point of view of Kine. You flip through the pages very quickly. Like one of them is the Voynich manuscript, or a reproduction of. But like there are some, like when you look through the pages, that some of these people might have known a little bit more than they were than the average kind is aware of. It's not written by inquisitors. Like there's not like, here's the vampire killing handbook.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you know, as you flip around, you see, you know, certain words as a kindred pop to you. And like in one of the books, it says like staking only paralyzes. Oh. If a
By the
third
way,
of
I
those
just, like,
books-
every once in a while, I just sort of call out what I'm reading, and like, because like it's sort of like what do we call it, like reducing the workload, right? So like while they're doing that and that, I'm like, so I'll be like, written by humans, it looks like, and then like pause. This one notes that staking paralyzes, not kills.
kind of like a
Inquisitor. So, like,
play-by-play.
Yeah, and it's like not a full play-by-play. It's like there's like some gaps, not because I'm hiding anything, but because I don't want to talk too much in this space or disturb them. But like every once in a while, I'll toss out like a thing that I'm seeing as I like well, that's what this book is, right? And then like put it to the side so that they. And I'll also probably what I'll do is when I say what I think each one is doing as a summary, I'll like name it so that when the book people come back through later, it'll be faster for them.
Yes. Give me just a second.
It's like being the research assistant while they're breaking, entering, and abyssing.
You're pre-briefing.
So if a third of those books were written by human, the other two-thirds, another third is kind of almost like ledgers, contributions, and favors. In fact, it probably, and it's not complete, it's not like 6 well-maintained tome from 1 to 6 from one day to another. You have like 2 that are like that. But it seems to be like some sort of ledger to keep up with favors, with the trading of boons. Who owes what? And you notice that our good friend the Cardinal Strathcona seems to never owe anything. Favors are always given back, like paid back through like his grace. Like just to bask in his presence is enough to count as a major favor. The Sabbat don't necessarily track favor the same way as the Camarilla does. But it definitely feels like Strathcona had a
Cheats?
no, but like a I'm gonna say a Camarilla vibe to him. Like he brought some cammy stuff to his own version of the religious Sabbat here. Like some of the you know, I'm at the top of the pyramid, I can oppress everyone and literally not care.
I just want to notice if I see any names of people that I know in that book, since we know some people who've lived here from before.
There's like 2 books, and they are well kept. Like stalking observation of one person called Sangri. Grey blood. I'll put it in.
I was thinking sangria, which is delicious.
Yeah, no, it's written a little bit weird. SANSGRS. It is apparently a ministry usurper who was fomenting a coup against Strathcona, and yet the Cardinals, if you're looking at the book, he seemed to be well aware of what was going on. Unfortunately, you do not see the resolution of this, because the last record is the day before the Night of Ashes, or the night before the Night of Ashes. And they were still, like, gathering intel. The last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 books are interesting. Let's call them unique. One is a half-burnt copy of Beckett's Jihad Diary on the account of the events that led to the start of the Gehenna War in the year 2000. The second one is commentaries on the Book of Nod. It's in two pieces. Like, it's one of those, like I described to Flory earlier, that's been like stitched by someone. These are the takes of an old traditionalist by the book, takes everything at face value kind of Canaanite historian. It's an interesting take for sure on the Book of Nod, but it's very much like one of those evangelists in our days who would like take a passage from the Bible, take it out of context, out of everything, and just go like, and then write an entire book on that.
It might as well be the Bible written by Cosmopolitan.
There is a book that is the Diary of Kyle Strathcona.
Legit or somebody else? Like,
No. From what you can read, it reads like it was written by a 15th century aristocrat. Someone who thought they were the next Lord Byron. He's intelligent as a person. From what you read, he was cunning. He had instinct. But very quickly there's like a deep yearning to be something he wasn't. Not as far as like leading goes. He was drunk with power. To the point where he literally legit begins to have a messiah complex. To the point where some of the later parts of, I mean, some in like the middle talk about the construction of the temple, and some in the later talk about trying to convince people to change the face of Cain to his on the statue. Yeah. The second is a lot more modern. I should say the paper inside is more modern. The cover is the cover of probably some other tome that was found here. There are notes and the journal of Carl Johnson. It is not filled out, like there's maybe like 6 or 7 pages scribbled on it. There is a book called On How to Please Her, and it is a tome dedicated to the worship of Lilith, the one true vampire. There are images in this one, Dixon.
I like pictures.
There are images.
You said the same phrase twice, which makes me feel like I should ask what those images are, but it also makes me feel like I shouldn't.
You know, as you're perusing the book, sometimes you get the sort of compulsion to just like flip it on the side like this.
This is not a documentation on the Lilith Fair.
But there is something about, it's not a sacrifice to Lilith, but it's sort of a form of worship where the person seems to be kind of crucified with the same shibari rope work that this burning woman was, burning kindred was tied up.
Artie.
Yeah.
There are a bunch of vampires being talked about that I don't know anything about, but there's a diagram here that looks like the woman. And I'm gonna sort of like hold the book with the handkerchief and walk it over to Artie.
Oh, let me take a gander at this.
This is about worshiping somebody named Lilith.
Ah, heresy. Nice.
What?
What do you have against worshipping women, Arthur?
Yeah, Artie.
By the Sabbat's own rules, the worship of Lilith is heresy.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like this book was meant to be hidden, like passed off as a different book.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't hide itself. There is, however, something interesting if you look through it and like you pause a bit more on like the passage about the rope work and everything. To tie a femme presenting Cainite to anything that is phallic or masculine is a sin of the highest level.
So
she should have sought to kill herself instead of letting herself be tied up. Mind you, she's torpor.
Yeah, tied up, and not just tied up anywhere, tied up to a...
Oh, to Father Cain? Yeah, that's
Father
even...
Cain.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. You want to go in levels? You want to go into layers?
Like well, there are layers of heresy here. Ooh, this is spicy, but just not more like if you were an occultist and understand the layers of either stupidity or deliberate desecration. This is interesting.
Yeah,
there's a person named Beckett has got a Beckett something, and there's some kind of a thing about.
Okay, I need to see that now.
Nod. Okay.
There's one last book that I haven't described yet. The last book is what appears to be a collection of ceremonies and rituals made to bind kindreds to your will. It's a form of... Okay, I'm just going to finish my sentence. It's like a form of remote blood bonding without the person's knowledge or consent. Mind you, blood bond is often not consensual, but in this case, it's a, you know, I burn a picture of you in my bedroom, and next thing you know, you're in love with me.
Like, I see you destroying that, and like, what are you destroying?
Ceremonies, magic.
About?
Probably what Val wants, controlling people, you said?
Well, it's kind of important to know what she wants so we can better protect against it and then destroy it.
I said the Golconda thing. You said the reverse Golconda thing?
Yeah, it's kind of important to understand how to properly interrupt that ceremony.
If she doesn't have it, if it doesn't exist, she can't get it. She can't do it.
But this asshole may have already had contact with Val. I kind of need to know how to disrupt the ceremony.
After having like ripped up some bits, I'm like, and like sort of I like limp over with what is left, and I hand it to you. There's some blood spatters.
I'm flipping through this. This is not the reverse Golconda stuff. This is just really skeevy layers of dominate nonsense.
Yeah. In like as you look at them, those are the first pages that were torn from the book. Dixon, there's like a couple of pages that when you tear them, they bleed.
Oh, that's bad.
Like, no, that's just Sabbat. I
don't know.
After you've torn about 4 pages that bleed, the book shakes slightly, and you have it open, right? Arthur is looking at the paper, so I'll give this to Flory. Flory, there's an eye that opens on the cover. It looks nervously, seems to be in physical pain.
But please You might want to drop it. Yeah, she's got. I got 4 successes for that awareness, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Yes. So going back to that.
That's. I figure like, well, it's one of the things she goes, and that thing can see you.
What?
It's
What?
alive, sort of.
Oh, now I want to destroy even more.
No. You want to destroy it the right way. We're going to call you Nicholas. We're going to set you free.
So 2 seconds, Flory.
Mm-hmm.
You basically cased around the temple. There is only one exit. All of the other tunnels that should have led somewhere, most of them had rubble. The exit that should have led you into the room with the mirror.
Yes.
It's no longer an exit. Of course, it's dark in here. The more you leave the statue, the darker it gets. But that door is like a solid pane of darkness. But the other end, so it's outside of the map, of course.
Yeah.
Oh no, in fact, I have to change the map for you. Oh. Give me a second.
No. Look, this is Nicholas, and Nicholas is a living book, and we need to destroy that.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, but we need to destroy it the right way. Otherwise, there can be consequences because it is alive.
Oh no. There's an entire section of the temple that didn't exist before that now you see, Flory. And those doors on the left, those doors that would have led into the chapel,
Yep.
they are open. And you can see the chapel. But the chapel is outside. It's not a room. It's an actual building that seems to be out in the open. Just thought I'd let you know.
And I think while the two of them are discussing the murder of the book Nicholas, Lori's going to start making her way towards those doors. And has shifted and put the gun away, because that's not going to help her today. Pulled the stake and the knife. So she's got the stake in one hand and the knife in the other, and she's looking out the doors towards this chapel, and looking around and seeing if there's anything that's going to be here, and then she's going to say, wait for them to kind of get to a pause before she says anything.
Like, you need to properly ritualistically sacrifice the Nicholas, otherwise there could be complications, is what Fredo would say.
I look at the blood dripping, because now I have book blood on me now too.
It's depending on how much personality this thing has. This could be a homunculus, in which case it's just a creative life. It's not that big of a deal. But if this was somebody who was vicissitude into a book, that this can lead to, being haunted by a book. It's unpleasant. Wouldn't necessarily kill it on this side of the gauntlet in that case, just because that would mean a manifestation within the abyss. That could be bad.
Know what that means at all?
It means that you'd be releasing the ghost in a plane where they can manifest and cause you physical harm.
Yeah, that.
Okay, I'm gonna go look at Carl Johnson's diary to find out if he said anything about us or his evil plans.
The evil plans I'm more interested in, but the Beckett book I need to preserve real quick.
Who's Beckett?
A very important historian.
Okay.
Among
What's the
other
Book of
things.
Nod? Somebody's really obsessed with it.
Oh, that's a commonplace thing. Like everyone's obsessed with the Book of Nod when you join the Sabbat, especially the first time.
The Book of Nod is the Sabbat version of the Torah.
Not quite. It's a combination of a holy text, but an instruction manual and a history. But it goes past what the Torah would do and is not necessarily as debated and respected as the Torah as a holy text. It's sometimes laughed at even within the religious circle.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go look at Carl Johnson's diary while you look at the book, Nicholas.
Yeah, no, I need to preserve this.
Oh, you are sort of have a thing about Strathcona. He's got his diaries here too.
This is important text that I hate that I am going to continue its existence. I need
Sorry
to
about
give.
destroying those couple of pages already.
You don't need to apologize to me. You apologize to Nicholas.
I'm not apologizing to the book.
That is between you and Nicholas.
The book's eye, by the way, has stopped darting left or right and seeming in great pain. It still looks afraid, but it's now like staring straight ahead.
I'll just
I
give
just
it
look at the book and I say, in case you give trouble to him,
I'm just going to
here.
take a quick look at Nicholas as I'm like grabbing things out of my bag to, like properly put the Beckett book gently Ziploc baggy that's already lined with like linen. So it's just like, that's
Fan much?
okay. You cannot tell me that
Oh,
the
I
guy
am an
that
avowed Beckett fanboy.
let
Don't worry
that-
about it.
no, but just you cannot tell me Artie would not be a fanboy.
No, of course. And the fact that it was played by Matt Mercer just, adds to it.
That's icing. Very tasty icing, cream cheese icing, but it's icing.
I mean, a nerdy gangrel is basically, everything. You want to corner my VtM thing? Yeah, that's where you go. But that said, that's for one book. For another. Lori. Got your steak. Got your knife. Now what?
Looking out the doors and looking around. Not walking out the doors, just looking.
Okay. How far do you want to peek out? Full head? Or just stay within the threshold and just have it? Basically, do I give you 180? Or do I give you, 90?
I mean, she would take the time to do a full scan, but she would do it using the doors as kind of a barrier so that she can kind of turn around, and then if she needs to slide to the other door and do the same thing, kind of thing.
Okay. So the full 180. The chapel is there.
Yep.
The roof is damaged. There are holes in it, and from where you are, even though the chapel stands at about maybe 20 yards away, it's daytime. It's black and white-ish outside. There's way less color than in here. But because the sky is this permanent pale gray, it's like a little more light than inside the temple. So you see also that while there are holes in the roof, there are chains And not talking like a bike chain or a small, I'm talking boat anchor chain coming out of the roof and are literally anchored, planted, probably on like towards the back of the chapel. You can like when you look on one angle, like you can see one of the stake that was used to hold it. It's the rest that is kind of problematic because it's just a maelstrom of grays around this. It's like you're on a floating island. Probably not, but there's definitely something encasing you here. The strangest part of it all is if you look up, you know how the cathedral in Montreal, you know, is built underground as best they could. In this version, it is an actual cathedral. Like, think Notre Dame. It has the immense Gothic tower, the stained glass, though when you look from the inside, there's definitely not that. In fact, the inside hasn't changed, but the outside looks a lot more majestic than the inside. And from where you are, because you got a crit, I believe, or was it 4 successes?
4 successes, not a crit. Though.
4 successes. No, but the wind that you felt in the garden, you feel it, and it seems to follow the pattern of the maelstrom, which goes, by the way, counterclockwise. And chains inside the chapel are moving and clanging softly. We're not full on Christmas Carol.
She's going to back away from the door and like kind of come up to them as they're, you know, Artie's fanboying, closing the Beckett journal, and said, "So, I have news." We are currently inside the maelstrom that surrounds
the maelstrom?
A protective ward of wind and chaos that protects this particular building. Probably how they moved it from one plane to the next. You know, you need like an elevator kind of thing. This is the elevator shaft.
Okay.
And the chapel of Cain, that's outside the maelstrom. And whatever's currently chained up in there is moving.
Wait, well, I'm sorry, hold on. I just think I got something. So, there's the big underground sabbat, whatever this thing is, and they had like a fail safe, like a trapdoor that when somebody tries to explode it, it goes into the abyss. Is that what happened?
I mean, I think they just moved to in and out of the abyss because they could.
Okay.
There's
all right.
I mean, but the trapdoor safety feature, that is also a possibility. But I think they may have just done it because they could, because they're creepy sabbat. But I don't know.
A number of reasons it could be this way, but we're talking about like higher level things.
I forgot a very important detail for Deirdre. I mean, you did pass by this sarcophagus that was broken open.
Yeah, I was about to ask that question of like...
There is a sarcophagus now. It was linked to those 3 urns. Seems like the person either didn't care or whatever, because there is a mole and a mole, a shovel, and a pickaxe that were left on the side. But inside the sarcophagus is just ash.
Whoever was inside the sarcophagus that's at the entrance to what would be a cathedral for a bunch of Cainites is ash. In a very violent manner. So... I'm more concerned about the creepy chains moving.
There's reason to be concerned.
Wait. Alright, so there's a chapel, and it's outside of a...
Yeah, so remember the other room where
The statues were.
Statues were.
Sure.
And I drew a bunch of wonderful improvements on Mary Elena.
Desecration,
Yes.
yeah.
She deserved it. Bitch. She, that room is no longer under the same, that's actually outside now, is a separate building because there is technically a sky above us, and this whole building is actually like, you know, a really not so great, I would say it is more Gothic instead of Romanesque. The buttresses aren't perfect. Somebody's appropriation of French and Gothic influence, but not really well done. The stained glass is kind of mid. But
And so
that
you're saying that buttresses are it's an insufficient buttress?
yes.
You're telling the psychological manifestation which is transferred into the abyss is an amalgamation of different architectural styles.
Sure, we'll go with that. Anyways, cathedral, interestingly designed, not great. Chapel outside, kind of like a baptistry if you were in the Duomo. Like, have you ever been to Florence?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever seen pictures of Florence? You know, the cathedral in Florence with the stripes in the marble?
No.
It's a really pretty building. You should look it up. Anyways, the Italians were really big on the cathedral was one building, and then the baptistry was outside the cathedral as a separate building, you know, 20 feet from the front doors, 50
Like an
feet from the front
outhouse.
doors. If the outhouse was like, you know,
Like a sacred outhouse.
For an entire sacrament
Everything.
that is the basis of your faith.
and not the outhouse one. Picture it's not an outhouse. It's more of a you know guardhouse.
Simon has a
Okay,
question very
okay.
quickly, but I'll keep it for later.
Okay.
Oh, no, ask.
Ask.
No, it's out of game shit, so it's gonna go conclusion.
okay.
But just remind me I had a question to ask you.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's outside, but there's holes in that roof, and there are big fucking anchor chains coming off of it. There are 4 of them, and they're moving.
Are we floating in the air?
No, we're on the ground, but the maelstrom outside is protecting us, and that building is outside the maelstrom.
What are the chains connected to?
I don't know. It's inside
it
the building.
floating?
I'm not going into. Well, the chains are connected to the ground.
Oh, okay. From the top?
Yes, they come out the top of the ceiling, and then they're anchored to the ground from the building, and they're moving.
Remember, we're not in an actual literal physical realm. Things take on appearances based upon meaning attributed to the locale, one that has built up over time. So the chains are definitely some form of representation. The fact that they're moving is another representation, and it's all interpretive, but there could, in fact, be something particularly nasty inside that has been woken up, first by the desecration, and now that there are unliving beings that just happen to be nearby, one of them who did desecration, it's alert.
I mean, I feel that was entirely appropriate.
We don't know if there's something alive in there, though, right?
So it's probably not, but I have
Alive is a very specific term.
But Flory will do this. She will go, but I have their sword.
I think
it's not necessarily a plus.
I think that's when I'm gonna fire the round I have in my chamber.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, before you do, what did Carl Johnson say? What were his big plots?
I'll give you that after. The doors to the chapel outside. Barge open.
Crap.
The thing that was held there by hooks and harpoons.
Harpoons?
This bipedal monstrosity. It looks like a salamander with harsher angles, spikes protruding out of its body at completely random. There is no symmetry to it. It's got this giant head, lizard-like, with mandibles that open up and then down. And it also has two, I don't need to describe them that much, two Zerg-like appendages, like blades.
Those are scything talons.
Yeah, this is a Slaksha, right? Arthur recognizes it. It tore half of its body mass off and charged toward the only source of sustenance it could find.
Who would that be? Where that's really odd to me. Like the other direction, or
No.
I just
So as the giant monster charges, we're going to freeze frame our three heroes, one of which is lifting a sword high. I like the image. The sword, the book, and then the spine and the skull.
Yep.
We pause there.
Yep.
As we are going to jump cut to Material Realm, Montreal. As we see these two women kindred frantically looking for something. One of them talks about there being a timer. They don't have a whole lot of time. It's only one night. But they've been gone for so long. And then one of them grabs something and just goes, yes! And our camera is going to flip around to reveal that those two people are Nina Barker and Folly Watson. The only two people that can help, at the very least, do one half of the puzzle, because it's one half on one side, one half on the other. And that is going to be our interlude next week.
Oh my goodness.
And Hannah are coming back to reprise their roles as Folly Watson, and Folly Watson, now newly minted Ghost Hunter. And the easiness with which you players are going to be able to perhaps escape is directly dependent on a Malkavian and a ministry.
Really fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Sure.
Our fate is entirely random.
I would like to point out that this particular Malkavian has been currently being under the tutelage of a Giovanni.
Yes, and that Giovanni, had he not have a complete full schedule all the time and a rework of his entire YouTube channel, John would have been there too. And also,
I just feel like I should point out that should possibly improve our odds rather than just straight 50-50.
And I think
the odds change with every roll of the dice. That's what we're looking at. It could be 80-20. It could be, 90 against, 10-4. It could be 50-50.
Well, I mean, I did drink some Zemish. Zemisky.
La Sombra.
That started as something else.
No, Zemish are not the vampire equivalent of Zemas. I'm just pointing that out there.
But that was our season 5 finale. I will go into the diary for our players' sake and the remorse roll from last time.
Johnson's a La Sombra?
Johnson is a La Sombra who also knows, oddly enough, a lot of Ventru disciplines.
Interesting.
Johnson was a nobody. his diary.
You know.
His real name is not even called Johnson. He killed someone called, he diablerized someone called Carl Johnson. You don't have his name in his diary, but clearly he started as not exactly a shovelhead, but a level above. He wasn't officially part of any packs or any of the popular ones. He wasn't with the cool kids.
He didn't get to sit at the cool kids table.
He survived the Night of Ashes because
He was
a
important
goddess of incomparable beauty took him aside as the entire world went up in flames
Okay.
and gave him a stake and said, "Stake me," as she sort of took him and basically used this embrace to kiss him, but at the same time force his hand into staking her as they both fell on top of the altar. She sunk in it. He doesn't really understand what it is. His beast took over, and he tried to find the nearest escape. And he found it.
Where?
He doesn't know how, because the next thing he writes is that the only thing he has left are his pens, his book. That seemed to have been some sort of, maybe in-game terms, like a touchstone. Even though all of the other pages are blank, save for what's written in it. And he's been feeding on wraiths to keep himself hale as he basically imprisoned underground began to dig up the cathedral again. And found a way to save his goddess. And she's been speaking to him, telling him that a great change was about to happen in Montreal, and that he had to basically go on the surface and act incognito as eyes and ears for her. Corporate vampires don't usually have telepathy.
They do not.
But you know of another, that could have sent out
Folly.
Yeah,
No.
pretending to be a woman, Simichi. And
Maybe it's not so much
he basically understood that his plan is to wait until the moment is right to kill the prince and usher in the age of
his goddess.
Well, he at the end he thinks she's Lilith reincarnated.
Right.
Because look at her, she is not human. She doesn't have skin. She has like an exoskeleton. She has holes poking out of into her. You can stick your fingers inside her holes and tap the skin under. It's weird. It's like she's made out of hollowed bones. Yes, I use the words. Yes.
I'm just remembering this for when Lindy's on.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, this is important. Yeah.
And then some of the other scribbles seem to have been taken very hastily, probably in secret, as he could. Ilker's preparing first the takeover of Montreal. That little group came from different places: Toronto, Paris, And then some other players from the Middle East were moving, but he hadn't at that point encountered them. He usurped Jason's identity because Jason landed in Montreal before the prince. And he thought about different ways of doing it, but in like his entry basically states that, you know, taking over Carl Johnson was the right way to go. But then there's nothing else. Like the moment he becomes Carl Johnson, and he doesn't seem to have been taken over as in like failed diablerie type of thing, he just stops writing in his diary, or at least in
just
this
for the
one.
record.
Yeah.
For the record, he started hearing voices from his goddess before Hilkers arrived, is what you seem to imply. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and well, yes.
Yep, because
So
that happened
there's
shortly after the Night of Ashes.
Do we get a sense of how long it has been since he heard from the goddess to say, let's just pretend like the goddess is Val. Let's just, for example, pretend the goddess is Val, you know, for just argument's sake. And let's say if that's the case, you know, how long before Hilkers arrived?
The last time the goddess spoke to him, wow, to place it, the last time the goddess spoke to him was the night of the first Elysium. The real quote-unquote Elysium, the museum thing with everyone.
Okay. That was the last night.
And that's when she set him out to basically, you know, she said, like, you know, you're on the right course. Just keep abreast and watch for the signs. But also,
but she had been speaking to him sometime before then.
Yeah, but it, you know, like reading it, him and
Sanity?
Him and Folly probably have some things in common. His mind seemed to have been going at some point, and you, through reading it, you're not a psychiatrist, right? But you have lived long enough with people that were traumatized in their lives, and that have, and to some extent, like when your trauma overtakes you, at some point maybe you immerse yourself in a reality that is only your own. And he refused to leave this reality. Technically, he will offer Montreal to Lilith. And Lilith is this burnt out husk of a woman.
Is she? Or might she be Val? I mean, it's another question.
Well, if she was Val, she was there during the Night of Ashes. And she asked him to stake her.
Well, I meant the voice that he started hearing later, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's up for debate, you know. A little bit of
I'm
A,
feeling
a
like
little
maybe,
bit of B, a little bit of C. Could be
like maybe
anything.
Val's been in Montreal is here and has been here before Hilkers was here. It's just a thought,
Good. The dates seem to coincide. Mind you, the orders that the voice tells them beforehand, sometimes they lead nowhere. Like in the sense that, you know, the goddess today asked me to kill 10 rats and put them in a circle at the foot of the statue. The goddess, by the way, I forgot that the goddess is the one who asked him to make a coat out of faces.
Oh, did she?
Yep. That were to be his holy vestments as the, you know, high priest of the goddess. Because, of course, you know, a cult of women-only worshippers of Lilith would have a male high priest.
Of course they would. With a coat full of faces. That makes so much sense. I am going to take that coat, by the way. I might need it for something.
No, it disappeared with him as he sunk into the ground.
Worst.
The Abyss needed a coat. It was cold.
It's fair.
So
I mean, I feel like the Abyss is kind of chilly.
By the way, this info that I'm giving you is not taken solely from the diary, but I'm also sort of extending into, like, when we start the next game, there will have been, well, whatever happens to that monster, right? Should you survive? Because if you don't survive, cool, the player got the info, but the character, who cares? But should you survive, this is sort of the, you know,
Things we piece
merging
together.
of the findings, the piecing together of the findings you found tonight. And then the painting. There is no mention of who it is anywhere. But it's probably been painted by Carl Johnson, given that he was the only one with, like, movement and agency and your access here to stuff. Who knows what it is? You know who else was a painter? Damien Black.
You don't say.
He was also a La Sombra painter.
And
in a house with an abyss.
Mystic. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it harkens back to my intro at the start.
Yeah,
We're
also
now seeing
there's
seasons upon seasons of seeds.
There's also one other person that, while Arthur doesn't know, Trump knows was part of Hetty's little coterie that was Zamish.
Yeah, but you never saw any of it. Like, in-game, Arthur never...
Oh, no. Look, there's Arthur knows nothing. Pope knows things, and Pope's just going.
No. Arthur knows some things. You probably have already pieced it, or will probably piece it later. But yeah, clues were given, trickled. Hey, congratulations, you have no remorse whatsoever. Look at you.
I don't know why I would feel bad. I have not done anything terrible. When, like, Carl Johnson, whatever, you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. He tried to murder us.
Dear players, this was our season 5. We now have 7 more episodes if we count the interlude, and there is potentially a sort of post-credit mini session that might happen, but we'll see. It depends on a lot of factors. That said, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, chat. It is now almost 1 a.m. I told you we would go over. This is not normally what we do. Hello to all the raiders. I apologize if I haven't, spoken to you all, as I've kept, like, the Legend Keeper and the PDF and a lot of things open at the same time. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you for coming in on Vancouver by Night's recommendation. It is greatly appreciated. I have yet to play with Vancouver by Night, but definitely it is something that I would like to do. I know we have, we're on the two opposite end of the same country, so things might be a little harder to achieve there. Oh, look at that. He sent me a message.
Oh.
Maybe the two of you can set Toronto on fire.
Yeah. I don't want to set Toronto on fire. I just want to put a stake in your heart.
It doesn't scam.
Yeah.
The syllables are right, though. I want to jam a stake in your heart.
That works.
Oh, let's go with last time. Hey, everybody, Pope here. Pope World Build on the internets. I have been absolutely delighted with this season finale. But first business, then pleasure. If you want to see more of this silly face, you get a number of opportunities. Coming up next is Saturday over on Valdrian's channel, 3 p.m. Eastern, for more Mass Effect, where, they're on their way to Tuchanka with a lot of hurt individuals, and a captain who's Quarian who, due to a fight in Novantria, suit got mangled. So we're having to worry about our captain and whether she'll actually get back on her feet. So if you want, for all that drama, please join us. And then more Mass Effect on Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern over in Praxis North Thesbophoria. They have a laid up Krogan. They're on Omega and are about to have a meeting with Ariat Loke. It is going to be a fantastic time. Love to have you there. And then I guess be back here on Monday for that interlude. I know I'm going to have my butt glued to that seat as I want to watch two absolutely amazing individuals and some incredibly deep characters that we only occasionally get to see go on the most adult version of Goonies one could possibly connive. This is going to be fun. I am just... Of course, Trooper, Dixon misheard about the mirror. And for me, this entire show, this entire season is not as cinematic. This is comic book for me. This is the really good horror comics that came out in mid-90s. So it is just like Dixon pulling the slight thing, and then just the full panel that we see of the shatter, the giant crack noise, as Flory just the head. You have the swish of the head as it's turning, moving, and there's Arthur with the GoPro, and it's just lowered. And it's the full odd, like Gandalf in the Mines of Moria face, but just choking that back and going back to the GoPro as Flory comes in, and that scene continues. Absolutely beautiful. And Dice Tell Stories, that moment of that failure just made absolute sense. And then Dixon's response. And we have seen Dixon just firm it multiple times, whether that's Dixon's Beast or Dixon himself, or they're one and the same, where the terrible things are happening and the response is of a pure survivor. That is the one thing I think we can all take away now, 5 seasons through. Dixon is a survivor. And one that has gone through more than I think any of us truly understand, and we're starting to get more glimpses of that. I hope before the end he gets to have a moment of peace, if not reunion. And then Flory being Flory, like that entire thing with our mysterious host, going, I was paid. Like, this isn't personal, this, but there were stakes. I was compensated. The bastard you hired had to die. And I have absolutely no remorse about this, and you're being too cryptic. Oh, wait, you just got tackled. I'm just going to observe. I don't need to lift a finger for this. Oh, and look at that. Arthur already just set her on fire. I'll wait until she plops, and then I'll investigate. And then as these two, like Laurel and Hardy here, are going on about a living book, she's going to try and keep all of us safe.
Just destroyed a few pages. There's blood everywhere.
As best she can, she is going to scope things out and make them aware of the railroad of danger that Simon keeps conjuring up for us. Zlacha is nothing to sneeze at, let alone one that's been, in the abyss for who knows how long. So between all that, Simon, thank you so much for this. It is an amazing story, and I can't wait to see where it goes next. And thank all of you who are live VOD YouTube stories, nothing without its audience. You're much part of this as we are. Take care of yourselves, one another, and I'll see you next season.
Thank you so much.
I think I was up next. I'm Trooper SJP, and I was playing Lucky Dixon, who is, limping. Not being able to play Twister anytime soon, but, give it a couple days. And it has been a joy being here in season 5. And we apparently only have one more season left, which is sad. But, it's fine. You can only lose humanity once per session, so I might, we'll see. Might be able to make it through. I mean, if I'm lucky. Yeah. So, I want to say it's been so great when I think about the ways in which Flory has sort of kept the breezy facade, but like the focus of a professional, right? Her using her ability to manipulate situations to go from taking out Simmons and like putting things in a place. And she's such a she's got an agenda and like the best in like the coolest way. She's like, yeah, like she has been hired by Caleb to come down here. She's not just down here, right? Like she's got like so many. She's so like she's like in a movie. Do you know what I mean? Like she's got it all going on and together in this like really cool way. Like I just imagine, I don't know, her played by Angelica Houston at some point in time with like a really cool coat, and then just like, you know what I mean? Like walking out of a place and you're like, oh yeah.
1987 Angelica Houston. Yes.
Yes.
I will take
right,
that. Thank you very much.
This is what I'm feeling, I felt it. And then of course with Artie is on this complicated journey that feels somewhat self-destructive, but I don't think it's self-destructive in the way that he knows, right? It's more of a he's been spending so long holding on to this sense of self, and it feels as if he's resigned to maybe losing it. Do you know what I mean? Like, and there's this like and it's this sort of complicated thing. It's not like he's not running around, drinking buses full of orphans, but there's like a sorrow in him in a certain way that I think is like a sense of failure that seems to be weighing on him, that I think he's too hard on himself, is what I want to say. I think he's too hard on himself, but seeing that kind of a kind of like a crystallization of him, I think is really interesting. And Simon just gives us happy, fun times, which I think is very nice of him. Nothing bad, just fun times, just like pleasant trips. Like he's giving us a trip this time. Turns out to the abyss. That's cool. Never been there. Nice. It's very conscientious, our storyteller, really. And you can find me on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, Trooper SJP. We're doing a one-shot of Daggerheart, and I have come up with my own setting. It's gonna be a little bit of a fairy tale, perhaps, and I'm excited for y'all to hang out and see it. That's me. I toss it to Prax.
Oh, hey everybody. First I'll do the business and then I'll do all this sharing of love. Hey everybody, you know me. I'm at Deirdre on Twitter, or Praxagorth as see me around here on Twitch, Prax the Bard over on Instagram, Hive, and Blue Sky. I loved every minute of this, but next you will find me on Sunday over on my channel with Pope, as he runs the game and I get to be a player in our Mass Effect fun times. I want everyone to understand that when our Krogan, who soloed our Krogan tanked like a tank and took 6 hits from a shotgun point blank range and survived. when he was not there and we got into a bar fight with Vorcha, was very upset that he missed the bar fight with Vorcha. So I promised there would be no war fighting Vorcha without him. He'll be back on Sunday. So there won't be any fighting of Vorcha without him. But I also, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, we'll be doing more book club chats. I'm reading some interesting things, and I love sharing all of them, and a bunch of, particularly a lot of indie authors, a lot of authors that you may not have heard of, a bunch of books that you may not be on your radar, and help you just chat and enjoy and feel good about things. But as for tonight, thank you for tonight. First of all, I'm going to share some tonight love and then season love, because that's what I want to try and do at the end of every season. So first, tonight love for Trooper. Can we just sit here and say that I loved the imagery that came from everything that Dixon did this season, or tonight. Well, this season in general, but tonight in particular, that was very much you could just see the way the camera was going to be angled to get these moments that would have been quote unquote background shots of Dixon ripping Carl Johnson's head off just before it gets sucked into the flames of the abyss, and just then carrying around his head and spine, just commentating about things. This moment of ripping pages out of Nicholas the book. That is officially its name now. I don't know if that's what Simon wanted it to be, but that is what it is in my notes. And just being like, we need, this is not good. You're creepy now. We're gone. The moment of, I'm going to, she meant to look at the mirror. Crash. Like this whole Scooby-Doo kind of moment that was like just perfect all the way through. Loved it. And as for Pope tonight, loved the attempting to be professional and respectful in this cathedral and all of these kind of things, and just having Flory and Dixon along who don't give a shit. Like, just straight up could not care less about this space. But being like, I'm going to document everything. I'm going to be polite in my greetings to the creepy dude who wears faces. But we don't know if she's a good witch or a bad witch. Like, that moment, that was perfect. It's like, I'm being respectful, but you're probably a bad witch. You're probably a bad witch. We don't need this. And then the attempt to explain esoteric Sabbat ideology. Like religious understandings of the Book of Nod and Beckett and all of these kind of like the depictions of Lilith to Dixon, who A, doesn't have the frame of reference, and B, doesn't really care in the same way, was just perfect and worked so well. And I think that was one of the things that most struck me about this whole season, is it really was a lot about seeing how these characters who we've all been playing, who, as we've all said, and as Trooper has said multiple times, are all personifications of their clan, just not in the ways that you expect them to be. And Pope said the same thing. But also how communication between them fails so much, and that causes, because none of them are who they are expected to be, but at the same time they are who they are underneath, and it just, these efforts of miscommunication have literally led them into the abyss. Like, great, we're taking a vacation in the abyss, but
hot springs.
It'll be great. But I figure, like, you're in a cathedral inside the maelstrom, we're not outside. You know, perhaps the communication will improve in this confined space, you know, when they just have to talk to each other. Or may not, I don't know. But Flory has a sword and a knife and a gun, so at least she can do maybe something against this giant thing that's coming at them. If not, I'm sure I have one request for next season, for this, because to continue this cinematic look, I need at least one attack from Dixon to involve the head and spine that he is currently holding as a flail.
I mean, absolutely, because he's got a flail, and also he's not in his best shape right now. What with the aggravated damage he's taken, so he'll have to flail about a bit.
I figure it's not going to last long because it's a skull and human spine. It's not that durable, but just the cinematics of it. Also, thank you, Simon, for this wonderful story. Thank you for these great moments, and I'm sure that there's nothing emotionally damaging coming at the end of next season, which is our final season.
Vampires have no emotions anyway, so fine. We're all fine. But thank you for.
Hey, I have a question.
That was a second.
Simon,
yeah.
when Carl Johnson's diary said something about like vampires from the Middle East, none of them have anything to do with Flory, though, right? Because when we're talking about like emotional damage for the end of the season, like that would be weird, right? So none of them have anything to do with that, I'm sure. Yeah, so it's fine.
I'm just writing down a note for next season, actually.
Flails and feelings.
Is that a new type of lasers and feelings?
I mean, we could make a one-pager about medieval romance and violence.
Oh, it's a Warhammer fantasy supplement, isn't it?
Thank you, everyone, for coming. Thank you for staying with us all 5 seasons. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for everything. Thank you to my mods, because I realized, as I was doing everything, that Prax was also taking care of like our newcomers. So thank you very much for that. Season 6 is called Destruction. Season 5 was named Hospitality. This one is probably the one that was the least. So, of course, to all people joining or who weren't there, the other finales, but my seasons they were named way before this game started. It was part of the original pitch. And so I do not push anything anywhere. And case in point, season 5, I mean, the link we can make with Hospitality is that you did trespass into the havens of a lot of people.
I don't think so. We did not trespass into the havens of a lot of people. We purposefully knocked on a couple havens.
Yeah, sure.
And we're waiting to be invited in. And then this was not anybody else's haven because it got blown up by a bunch of Inquisition, so it's not our fault.
I mean, anyway.
If it's not public knowledge, it's not a haven.
Well, yeah. Chat, you're not aware.
And I don't think he follows the Camarilla anyway, right? So I feel like it's totally fine. And we went sightseeing. We just went sightseeing to lots of different places that were sometimes people's homes.
You visited potential real estate. I thought that Carl would last a little longer. I am sorry to disappoint you, chat, but there were supposed to be tentacles tonight, and there weren't.
I let myself get hungry just in case. You know what I mean? I let myself get hungry just in case.
I have a question, Trooper. What is your hunger at right now after joining Carl Johnson?
1, because I didn't kill him through feeding. So it's 1.
Yeah.
But I got myself up to 4 so that I could have room.
For half a second, I thought you were going to diablerize him.
Well,
Don't you want to have tentacle power?
I can still get tentacle powers. I have XP. I'm just saying. Yeah. I've got actually I've got it in the guide up right now. Yeah. So I'm just looking. Oh, what are the level 1 powers? Just looking.
See, that's my thing with like vampire. It's either I'm the gangrel, or I got tentacles. There's no in between. No,
Or
there was
both.
one in between. There was one character concept that I have yet to play, but everything is like locked in. I am playing Meatloaf from the music video I Would Do Anything for Love.
Nice. Nice.
Because he's a Nosferatu-ish kind of vampire in there.
I just don't want to test my luck
But
with
inspired
dabbling
by
a
Meatloaf.
second time. That's all. Like, because like, you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah, it could have been problematic. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for coming. I am about to pass out. Before we leave, however, I found someone to raid. Everyone's like offline now. But Blackwater D&D, another Canadian group from Vancouver. So, you know, Vancouver came here. We're going back to BC. So let's raid them. They're playing in their studio. It's their 4-year stream anniversary. And like the 50th episode of their campaign. So let's just go and say hi. Spread the love, and we will see you here next week for the interlude, and in 2 weeks for the final season. Bye bye, everyone.